Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing, special public hearing for March 20th, 2019. Item number 1, 2018 171BZ, 1 East 70th Street, Manhattan. Team, up. Team. Yes, please. Everyone who's going to speak and present or whatever for the team, I need everybody to stand up.
Can you just stand up in place?
You can stand up in place. Raise your right hands. Okay. I got to swear you in. That's for the team. Okay. Everybody's got their hands up?
Make sure it's only the team.
Okay. If you're going to provide testimony for this team, okay, for the application. Hands up. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. See how simple that was? That's good. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Promoter, and Commissioners. My name is Gary Tarnoff from the law firm of Kramer 11, Neftalis, and Frankel. We're here today on behalf of the Frick Collection. This is an application for a zoning variance to allow an addition to the Frick Collection. The Landmarks Preservation Commission voted on June 26, 2018 to approve a certificate of appropriateness for this proposed addition. As I'm sure you're aware, and everybody in the room is aware, the Frick's property is located on 5th Avenue between East 70th Street and East 71st Street, occupying the entire block front of 5th Avenue on the east side of the street. These show, the following slides will show views of the Frick Collection as it exists today from 5th Avenue, 70th Street, and 71st Street. Our application seeks to waive 4 sections of the zoning resolution relating to height, lot coverage, rear yard, and street wall location and setback. We were present at the review session on Monday. I wasn't, but I watched it on video. And we appreciate the chairs alerting us to the exemption to the rear yard equivalent requirement that applies to our site by virtue of section 24-381B. And that because we have an approximately 3-foot wide interior lot fronting on 71st Street on the east side of the building, of the library building, we need an additional waiver of the rear yard requirements. We will obtain an updated objection from the Department of Buildings, removing the rear yard equivalent objection. We did a little investigation as to how that got there, but I don't think we have to go discuss that now. And adding the rear yard requirement. Our presentation today will show the changes to a complying scenario, assuming that there is no rear yard equivalent requirement, and that there is a rear yard requirement at that location. Nevertheless, the fundamentals of the needs for the variance remain the same. The application arises from a confluence of factors relating to the existing building's history of development, the building of the original building in 1914 before there was any zoning at all, its configuration on the zoning lot, its designation as an individual New York City landmark and location within the historic district, and current zoning regulations that were adopted decades after construction of the existing building, even the additions to the building, including the creation of a split lot zoning. Our presentation will include the following, our initial presentation will include the following individuals: Ian Wardropper, the director of the Frick Collection, who will provide an overview of the Frick, its programmatic requirements, and the functional deficiencies of the existing building. Annabelle Seldorf and Sarah Lopergolo of Seldorf Architects will introduce and discuss the proposed addition and explain how it was situated in a location to minimize its impact on the surrounding area and on the landmark. Carolyn, and they will also review the floor plans of the complying building and of the proposed building. Carolyn Straub, the Deputy Director for, Associate Director for Capital Projects at the Frick, will show how the proposal, our proposal, addresses the critical circulation needs of the Frick. Jeff Mulligan of our firm, Kramer Levin, will discuss the 4 zoning waivers and how the application meets the findings of Section 72-21 of the zoning resolution. The presenters will also address the questions that were raised yesterday by the board. Specifically, we'll provide more information about the American Association of Museums accreditation process and the importance of that. We'll show the location of the waivers on the floor plans and sections. We'll show a massing of an additional complying scheme that does not set back from the existing street walls in the R8B section of the zoning right, so that the board can determine whether or not that's an appropriate complying scheme and would comply with findings. And we'll address why we're not providing more of our program below grade. Ian Wardrober is going to be the next speaker, who again will review the history of the building, its programmatic requirements, and its deficiencies. Thank you.
Good morning. The Frick has one.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Ian Wardroper, Director of the Frick Collection. The Frick has one of the finest collections in the world of European art from Renaissance through the 19th century, housed in one of the last remaining grand mansions of New York in the early 20th century. It's famed for the atmosphere that it preserves, of allowing our visitors to be able to look at these masterpieces in the character of an early 20th century building, to look at them closely and in tranquility. We pride ourselves on everything we do, particularly our educational programs, our exhibitions and publications. We also house one of the top 5 art reference libraries in the world, the Frick Art Reference Library, which some 25% of its holdings cannot be found anywhere in the World CAT system. That is, that they are unique. It has unrivaled resources in provenance research, that is the history of collecting, and it's become a leader in digital art history, from local resources, providing them to New Yorkers, to such collaborations as FAROS, which is 14 international photo archives that provide some 25 million images and related data to the public. It has become, it is the only one of the top 5 art references that is free and open to the public. We would like to make it more available by connecting it for the first time from the collection to the Frick Art Reference Library, and to give it the resources to make it continue to flourish as a leader of digital art history. Since our education department was formed 20 years ago, we have vastly expanded our offerings from middle school through college to graduate school to public programs. We also are proud that we've created a number of partnerships with institutions throughout the city that encourage underserved populations to come to the Frick repeatedly over the course of the year, and we feel this has been very successful despite the lack of any dedicated classrooms. So what we're seeking is facilities for our education department to be able to flourish and continue its mandate in the future. I'm going to just briefly go through the building history, which many of you may know well, but let me just do that as for the record. The light beige part of the building towards Fifth Avenue was constructed by Carrere and Hastings between 1912 and 1914. There was originally a road that went from 70th Street through an open courtyard and out to 71st Street. After the death of our founder, Henry Clay Frick, and his wife Adelaide, who died in 1931, the trustees had to put his will into effect, which was to make this a public institution. And they judged that the original house did not have sufficient space for that purpose, so they hired John Russell Pope, a famous architect, to fill in the road with our first lobby, to fill in the open courtyard with a garden court, to continue the West Gallery with the Oval Room and East Gallery and the music room. In the course of this structure in 1925, he took down Henry Clay Frick's original office. He took down our original library that was built in 1924 to make room for the large structure, which is accessed on 71st Street. Already 5 years after we opened to the public in 1935, the Frick realized that it needed more space and started purchasing townhouses on 70th Street to the east of its facility. The first was acquired, number 9, in 1940. During the war years in 1941, the Frick built a bomb-proof underground 3-story art shelter in order to store our entire collection. That's what you see in pink here. It continued to acquire properties until by 1972 it had this space of 3 properties. It had already designed a building that would be 3 stories and that would cover the entire former lots of the 3 townhouses, but come the 1970s, the institution decided it couldn't afford that and instead built what you see in orange, a 1.5-story pavilion on one of the sites of the townhouses. The enclosure here that you see also in orange, and the Frick invited Russell Page, a famous British landscape architect, to design the garden. As you know, we proposed several years ago building on the site as the Frick had originally planned. There was a lot of opposition to our building on the garden site. We listened. We've withdrawn that plan. We've gone back to a new plan with Seldorf Architects, which we're presenting today. Finally, the last addition in blue there was enclosing the portico from the original 1914 building. This gave us an additional 900 square feet. This is the only additional gallery space that the Frick has had since 1935. So there are a number of factors that prompt us to propose this plan to you today. One is the growth of the art collection, which has more than doubled since we opened to the public in 1935. Increasingly, our art has gone into storage. You may have read articles in the New York Times recently about the problems of storage in museums. What's different about the Frick is that we have a relatively small collection of the highest level of quality. So what's in storage deserves to come out. And one of the centerpieces of our proposal is to open the second floor of the original 1914 house to provide appropriate space to show more of our art collection. We also have greatly expanded our exhibition program over the years. In the early years of the Frick, there were few, if any, exhibitions, temporary exhibitions lent from other institutions. Now we have as many as 8 a year. These are internationally recognized in the field of Old Master art. For example, the Gutierre exhibition in the center was named as the finest exhibition in the world of decorative arts during that period. We also host small but major exhibitions such as on Van Dyck, Turner's Modern and Ancient Ports. In order to host exhibitions such as these, in which there are large-scale exhibitions, we are forced to take down our permanent collection in order to make room for them. So what we are seeking is a dedicated exhibition space for temporary exhibitions on the first floor, given that the philosophy of our exhibition program is to complement and deepen our visitors' understanding of the permanent collection. So it's important that that temporary exhibition space be near our permanent galleries, and furthermore, its location is critical. It has to be near a freight elevator to transport works of art to it from the outside into the building, near our conservation areas, near our art storage areas. Another factor is the steady growth of attendance. We had about 130,000 people when we opened to the public in 1935. Today we average between 250 and 300,000 people a year. We're seeking to have spaces to keep up with our audience, not to grow, but much of the visitor spaces are so constricted that they spill into areas of the old house, so we want to build better spaces to receive our audience in the 21st century. As I said earlier, one of the centerpieces of our proposal is to open up the second floor of the original building. This is one of the most beautiful spaces in New York. People would love to go up the grand staircase and to see the residences that were up there. These were the private bedrooms of the Frick. This would, as I said, allow us to be able to show more of our collection within the context of the house as we wish. It would also give the visitors and a better understanding of how the entire house worked, both in its more private and its more public resident spaces. There are people who cannot walk up the grand staircase, and to accommodate them, we need to incorporate elevators that are ADA accessible, otherwise we cannot open the second floor. Circulation elevators is one of the most important features of this building plan. Most of the space that we are building modestly above ground is to further circulation and the importance of adjacencies in all of our plan. I mentioned earlier our special exhibition space. This on the left is our special exhibition space, built in 1977, actually built as seminar rooms, and then used today for exhibitions. As you see, there's low ceiling heights. The Frick has done excellent exhibitions of small-scale objects, such as drawings and sculpture, but we cannot fit large-scale objects there, which is why we want to move to the first floor with larger ceiling heights. This space is also accessed only by circular stair and otherwise a very circuitous route for wheelchairs, so ADA access to our special exhibition space is also of paramount importance. We also need better art storage, which you see in the slide on the right. This is the three-story bomb shelter that was built in 1941, which continues to be our prime location for art storage. It is crowded, as you can see. It is difficult to get works of art to it. The 1941 elevator is constantly breaking down, and you can no longer get parts for it. The garden above it leaks into it. So for any number of reasons, we wish to replace this storage area with an auditorium underground where, very appropriately, such an amenity could be. We also wish to improve our infrastructure along with all of this, replacing our skylights, updating our electrical systems. Our HVAC systems are on their last legs, so there's an entire infrastructure program along with replacing storage areas that is part of the plan. In terms of conservation, for a library that is one of the best in the world, for an art collection that is also one of the best in the world, being able to preserve and maintain our collection is of paramount importance. The book conservation, as you can see, has scavenged space in the library. They use corridors. They have removed stacks in order to create space for this. They conserve not only our many unique volumes, but they also conserve drawings for the collection. And for the digital process, this is the first step. You have to conserve the objects before you can digitize them. So to have proper space for the library book conservation is really important. Our objects conservation is equally important. We have a tiny room that has 350 square feet on the third floor of the 1914 building. There are 4 people who use that space. There is no running water in that space, and we cannot get large-scale objects up to it because our elevators won't accommodate them. So what you see in the right slide is a kind of pop-up storage area that we built in a shed in our reception hall because we could not move objects of that size up to the conservation area. We also have great deficiencies in our educational resources. For school groups, for example, we have no classroom to brief them on what they're going to see before they go into the galleries or debrief them afterwards, so we have to use public space, which conflicts with our public coming into the galleries. We have no coat rooms or places for them to put their backpacks. You see here a movable rack that we pull in and out of spaces. So we very much wish to have a conservation center that will address all of these issues. Our visitors are also cramped by our building site. This is the 1977 reception hall, which never went very far in addressing our needs. In this reception hall, there are a number of functions that have to take place rapidly. People leave their coats off, they buy tickets, they buy memberships, they get information. There is no room left for them to wait for their friends and family. So we very much hope to have a larger coat room so that people don't have to stand outside in all weather. larger bathrooms. We're proposing a larger reception hall to accommodate all of these functions. And for the first time in our history, we're proposing a cafe. We are one of the only major museums in the world where you cannot get a cup of coffee. And I submit that people would enjoy their visit more and stay longer if they had that amenity. Finally, ADA access, which is a really critical part of all of this. As you can see, our front door does not admit wheelchairs. This is something we've long pondered. The only way to get wheelchairs into the building now is for them to use a ramp to the left of the main door. This is the same ramp that is our staff entrance for deliveries and for waste removal. Once the wheelchair gets into the building, they have to get into our 1914 accordion door elevator, which is not large enough to accommodate many of today's motorized wheelchairs. So we have to ask them to get into one of our wheelchairs, which is not a good thing to do. So this is something that we very much want to address. It's really also one of the most critical parts of everything we're proposing. I was asked to comment briefly on the American Alliance of Museums Accreditation Program. This is the American Alliance covers most museums in North America. And it has an accreditation program which includes a self-study and a peer review. I myself have served as a peer reviewer for this program. Essentially, they are making sure that museums adhere to the highest professional standards and follow the best practices. So this is something that, of course, every museum wishes to adhere to and keep up to date to. There are also penalties if you are not an accredited museum. For example, many museums would be reluctant to lend works of art to a museum that's not accredited. So it's critically important. The last time the Frick was accredited was from a site visit of November 1st in 2007, in which we were accredited, but they noted several aspects which needed to be corrected in the long run, including that, I'm quoting, "Well, the Frick staff continue to utilize their facility in as efficient a way as is possible. They do not have sufficient amount of space to satisfy their operating and programmatic needs, particularly for conservation. Also, the ability to receive, prepare, and present special exhibitions is constrained by the nature of the facility. These represent limiting factors that will constrain the institution from presenting certain works of art or discourage other museums from lending objects to exhibitions presented at the Frick. Finally, two other functions face severe constraints. Apart from the auditorium, the Frick has virtually no other spaces that can be used on a consistent basis for other educational activities." I'm quoting again. And finally, the Frick Art Reference Library also, quote, "faces a serious challenge in the care of its holdings in the building it presently occupied." My one last comment has to do with the accreditation process presupposition that staff be on site. This is all predicated on the fact that the best practice is to have staff on site, particularly, for example, conservators who need to be in the building to monitor environmental conditions, to make sure that that the objects are in good condition. They also take care of the building itself. Our educators need to be present to study the works of art, to use our library facilities to prepare their tours, which take place all through the day and into the night. Obviously, our security needs to be present. All of our housekeeping operational staff needs to be on-house. So I'm simply citing some of the population that absolutely has to be on site. Yes, there could be some small population that could be off-site, but to do so, I think would create even greater inefficiencies and be unnecessarily costly to do so. Finally, it is my belief that, especially for a small institution, to have the staff together in one place for good communication and for the morale of the whole institution to promote the mission of the institution is critically important. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question about the accreditation.
Yes.
So in 2007, you were accredited.
Yes.
The museum was accredited. And those deficiencies that were cited, have they had an effect on your ability to bring in works of art that would have otherwise been designed?
There are some works which were not lent to us because of environmental conditions in the space that we have. And we have had other objects that have not been lent for a variety of reasons. I would say that the Frick has one of the finest exhibition programs in the world, so most institutions are happy to lend to us. We have to work harder to satisfy them that our facilities reports are adequate to their needs. And if we have better facilities, we'll be able to have more loans without any questions.
Mm-hmm. And then similar for the educational program, they observed that there were inadequate facilities for that. Has that hampered your ability to hold educational events at the museum?
I'm very proud of what the Education Department has done with 0 educational facilities. So they use spaces wherever they can, but obviously it's much better for them to have designated spaces so they know that they'll be available, that can be specifically adapted to their needs. And we serve 100 school groups a year now. We would like to do more, but we are definitely constrained by the limitations of space.
I have a question.
Yes.
You were just reading about some of the deficiencies that were identified in the last accreditation.
Yes.
In 2007. Is that from a letter you received from the
Yes.
association? Is that there in our record?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
great. That's all I wanted to check.
So, as I said, I myself have served on such accreditation teams, and in the wake of a site visit, a letter is sent that praises but also points out deficiencies. And so I was reading from an actual letter at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And one more question. So you said that in terms of lending works of art where you have these deficiencies, nonetheless, institutions lend because of the quality of this institution, but you have to compensate in some way. Like what? Like how do you deal with?
We have to be very careful in walking them through how we get works of art into the building. So, for example, for large-scale works of art, currently, we have to build a ramp through our garden to French doors. It costs us $15,000 to do that and a building permit from the city. So we have to go to great length to explain to a lender what we're doing, that this is safe. In the future, we are not going to be able to completely satisfy our needs for that, but it will be far better. And so I will feel more comfortable asking for institutions to lend us their masterpieces because I know that we'll have better facilities to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah.
The letter you got from the AAM regarding the accreditation, you said you got it in 2007.
2007,
My
correct.
understanding is this was during the initial accreditation, right?
I'm sorry, say it again?
That was during the initial accreditation process?
It was during the last accreditation that we had, yes.
You had any audits since?
We have not had one since. So typically, the accreditation process takes place every 10 years. They have changed their format recently and gone digital, and because of that, they have given a 5-year extension to all institutions. So the short answer is that we are currently scheduled to have our next accreditation within the next 1 to 2 years. We will not be able to build this in time for that accreditation, and they know that, but we want to be able to show the accreditation team that we have plans underfoot to address the concerns that have been raised in the last meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner and everyone. My name is Annabelle Seldorf, and I am I'm the architect working on this addition and renovation and extension. I very briefly want to introduce here, on the basis of everything that Ian Wardropper has already introduced, and demonstrate our thinking and process with respect to the proposed renovation addition. Essentially, what we're showing you here in this axonometric drawing represents some roughly 10,000 square foot of extended space. When we were asked to take a look at this project, we understood already that the garden on 70th Street was a revered garden by New York City and people that we were committed to retain. Very quickly we realized that all of the deficiencies and the needs that Ian has outlined here were subject to analysis. In the first place, we looked at where was there a place to be had that already existed. But from there, we also identified that it's not just a matter of square feet for additional space, but it's really adjacencies and circulation that makes for a logical, restrained and simple connection. Obviously, what is at the heart of the matter is to keep the existing museum unharmed. So we identified very few areas where it is in fact possible to add in such a way that you see as little, but that also the program is fulfilled fully and with dignity. So what you see here is a rendering, and renderings certainly have deficiencies on their own. But what we can show you is that what we're proposing is to add in the rear of the library, because that is where the rear yard exception comes into play, because what in the original Pope design, the rear elevation was never dealt with a great deal of interest because it was concealed by the townhouses that were in place where today the garden is. We also identified that there is area over what is currently the music room where we could add. But rather than making it one large building all across here, we decided to identify volumes in such a way that we break down the scale and create something that is much more commensurate with the scale of the existing buildings. Ian has outlined already that it is important and necessary for people to get to the second floor to install additional elevators. Those elevators happen right around here and therefore require a second floor above the existing reception hall. We looked at ways to add just as little space as is possible, utilizing the existing height of the reception hall and adding a mere 7 feet. I think it's actually a little bit less, maybe it's 5'9", but anyway, plus or minus 7 feet, right above the existing reception hall, setting back our addition in such a way that it is as little visible from the street as possible. On 71st Street, one of the things that I, as an architect, have always admired a great deal is John Pope's powerful, courageous idea to make an existing wall, which encloses the West Gallery, and extending it a long, long way, and accentuating it with a vertical element, which is the library. I think that Ian has pointed out already that very few people know that the library and the collection actually are together. And our proposal in architecturally is something that brings the library and the collection together in such a way that they can really be understood as one institution. However, the quality of the architecture of the library is such, that we felt it very important to let the building of the library stand on its own. So our addition over the old portion, or over the 35 portion of the building, sets itself apart from the library. In other words, we didn't want to touch the existing building and possibly take windows away from the eponymous third floor library space, so that where we are adding, the addition sets back and lets the library stand on its own 2 feet. What you see here in this section drawing is an illustration of where we're proposing to add. 60 feet would be the allowable height, and we're asking for an additional 8'2" to extend over this part of the addition. We're also showing you right here where we wish to extend the height of the reception hall.
Sorry, this part is over the...
This is over the existing reception hall.
And the other part?
And the other part is over the existing music room.
Music, okay.
What you also see here is sort of along this way is the addition to the rear of the library. It's important to note that...
Can I see that again? The addition to the rear of the library?
Okay, I'll actually show it to you in the next section. This is a section taken from the other side, where we are proposing to build an additional, I think, 24 feet in depth at the rear of the library. These spaces are vital, of course, to do all of the things that Ian has pointed out. And again, I want to be very clear that we are reorganizing the below-grade spaces and utilizing and repurposing existing spaces in such a way that they can fulfill functions. We're also proposing, as Ian has already pointed out, to to restore, renovate the garden, and extend an already partially built space for an auditorium for 220 people. My partner and colleague, Sarah Lopergolo, is going to walk you through the details of the plan, and unless you have any questions, I'll hand it over to her. Thank you.
Hello, Sarah Lopergolo, Seldorf Architects, as Annabelle just said. So I will, just to give you some orientation in plan, since this is the first time we're looking at the plan, this is the Fifth Avenue. This is where the 1914 mansion sits. This is the current entrance. 70th Street is here. 71st Street is on the top of the page. The existing entrance. The library building is here. And then in the center, the music room, and this is the garden court that was this area filled in by Russell Pope. Ian has already explained the deficiencies earlier, and so I will show you how we're solving some of that in the proposed plan. So we began this project with the understanding that we wanted the visitor's experience to be very much the way it is today. And so when one enters into the entrance hall, it will be very much as they do today. They will be able to continue into the reception hall, which has been expanded. There's spaces here that have the circular stair that we're taking away, enabling the space to be widened. We're opening up the center arch to have fluidity of space. Someone can buy a ticket and continue on a normal path that they would today. But what is being improved is, for one, we're providing ADA access on 70th Street as well as on 71st Street. For the first time, people don't have to go down into the service area to have that access. We are positioning elevators and vertical circulation in key locations that are able to connect through the entire building. So new passenger ADA elevators here, a staff elevator here that also takes care of food and trash through the building, and then very key and important is the connection of the art elevator that now allows you to go all the way down to art handling spaces, all the way up to the conservation space on the 4th floor. Something also to note is that by clearing out the stack spaces that exist today in the Frick Art Reference Library, we are now able to make this wonderful connection through from the visitor visiting the museum, ability to connect to the library spaces. What this also allows is that school groups can come in a dedicated way on 71st Street, be able to gather in the hall, and have access to support spaces as well as the education classroom, which is in the location of this empty utility yard today.
So now the school group entrance will be exclusively from
71st Street.
71st from the library side.
Exactly, which will alleviate pressure on the reception hall. One more thing to mention is that we also are including another main stair that will allow people to go down. I'll take you to the lower levels that show you where the vertical connection in this reception hall is really taking care of all of the public spaces. This is the existing basement. As you can imagine, an aggregation of additions over time have created very circuitous, inefficient spaces. There's multiple floor levels here that are hard to negotiate. There's outdated and oversized mechanical. We are repurposing close to 60,000 square feet of existing spaces to rationalize and create better adjacencies so that we do not have crossover of program function. So in our proposed plan, we are able to consolidate the art handling in this area and moving staff functions, staff cafeteria, kitchen, over to the other area, which will then be able to have access for services from that side. But what is also very key is that our lobby now has a connection down to a coat room area, as well as ADA accessible bathrooms. So the elevators that are here and the main stair will take you down, and then you can further go down to the auditorium level. Just to note, we're also providing compact storage for books here. As we cleared out on the first floor, we need a place to put those, and so we're utilizing that space here.
So those books are archival material that you're putting in the cellar?
They are, yes.
Yeah.
They're books that are, a number of books are going off-site, but these are books that need to be on-site.
So you already have them in the stacks in the cellar currently?
That's right.
So
Yes.
concern about being subgrade is not an issue? No? No, because there are stacks in the existing cellar floor plan.
They're
Just
library
curious
stacks.
about moving books into a cellar if they're not in the cellar normally.
Yes. Yes, there are some here, right
There
here.
are stacks there,
Yeah, yeah.
right. So it's just to understand the idea of keeping books in the cellar. I know we're in an area that's very high, probably relative to sea level.
Our chief librarian is here. Would you like him to speak to that point?
Yeah, later. We don't need to do it
Okay.
right now. Let her finish.
I'll keep going. So then moving on to our, where was I? Okay, so this is the proposed cellar floor plan I just described. And so here's now we're one more level below. This is the sub-cellar 1. And this space is largely operational and mechanical and very, packed with incredible amounts of equipment, but also very low ceilings. And one should just take a walk through here to see how congested all of these spaces are. I think that there's been some question about should we be able to excavate other areas, and I think for a number of reasons that is just not possible in terms of important trees that are located under this area that would cause problems to those very famous magnolia trees, as well as really it creates a lack of adjacencies and where it just doesn't make sense to continue to dig and have spaces other than storage spaces. So in our proposal, we are utilizing the space underneath the garden, as we've said, for the auditorium spaces. The auditorium space seating 220 people. So the elevators and the main stair will continue to take you down to this anteroom level and allow entrance into the space.
Will you be going further into the discussion about subterranean?
We can.
In another section
Sure.
of the presentation?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can.
okay.
We can bring up those
Okay.
drawings. Again, now we're now 3 and 4th floors below grade at this point. This is where the art vault exists that Ian had mentioned. The space is difficult to get to, and I think that was described well as hard to use in terms of the elevator, et cetera. We are excavating, however, and utilizing the auditorium space. So the stage level is at that level, subcellar 2. Again, just first floor to orient you as we go up now. This is the existing second floor plan. As mentioned, the mandate was to open up the second floor galleries, which is here. And this is a very good indication on this plan that you can see that the library and the second floor are not at all connected for staff. Also, the only meeting rooms that exist for the entire staff occur in these historic rooms, and it's quite a bit of pressure on those rooms. And so our proposed plan would open up the second floor galleries, adding 4,700 square feet of new gallery space. It allows a public connection to that floor with an upper lobby, museum shop, and for the first time a cafe, and a clear connection through to these new spaces, as well as ability to connect the institution together on the staff level.
Question.
Sure.
How did you decide the distance from the existing library building? Well, that's the existing building that you have there in blue, right? No, you're not. So how did you decide that distance between the existing library building and what you're adding?
This distance here?
Yeah.
It was a little bit with perspective and trying to maximize the view of the windows on the exterior. That's the area you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then really trying to find the most minimum addition we could build that would serve the functions. We felt very strongly that breaking down of the volumes there and the massing was important, and really those windows are very, very beautiful, and we did not want to encroach on them we wanted to encroach on them as little as possible.
Mm-hmm. But the critical distance, was it 10 feet? Was it 20?
Well,
how did you get
actually, when we get to the third floor, I can explain that because the proportion of that addition above the music room very much mimics that of the Hastings proportion on the original building. So that was helpful in determining and setting proportion. I think I just want to also point out that the service elevator, our elevator, is located in a key location that takes us all the way up. I'll just point that out again. Anything else here? So here's the existing third floor, which has staff located here, very, very crowded, cramped quarters, and a very clear view here that there's no physical connection between the institution, between the library and the main building. And then in our proposal, this is what the area that Commissioner was speaking about, which is we looked closely at what that volume was versus this and wanted to have some relationship between the two. I think you see that on the 71st Street rendering, which we can bring up later if you'd like.
So that's called the Hastings wing, the one on the left?
The Hastings is the original 1914 building. Again, this, given that we are opening up the galleries on the second floor, we have displaced staff, and that is the reason, the intention for having this overbuild is because we need to provide room for the staff, which gets displaced. Mm-hmm. And then fourth floor is, existing fourth and fifth floor are stack spaces. They will remain largely so. However, our addition provides for the very much needed conservation studio. Mm-hmm. And what is important about this, it goes from 300 square feet to 1,500 square feet. It allows state-of-the-art equipment to be here. It has access to the rooftop, which allows for the important mechanical equipment to be there. It provides key critical adjacencies, which is very important for this. So the registrar needs to be close by. There's an ability to have a conservation library, which allows scholars to view and study works. So all of that was critical in deciding to have this fourth floor, which I should point out is where we step back as well, as Annabelle had discussed, stepping back the building.
Why does the registrar need to be nearby?
Because they catalog and deal with the registering of the works that are being looked at. I mean, maybe someone can explain that.
Any objects that come.
Sorry, as soon as you speak, you must be at a mic, otherwise we can't pick up the recording.
Did I say that?
Correct. So only if you need to.
Well, it's my understanding, and someone will explain later, that there's an importance for the adjacency of registrar, which is in charge of cataloging all of the pieces of work that they know where work is, and that adjacency is important. Someone.
So I'm imagining there's a specific procedure
Yeah, inspecting
that
work.
needs to be
Exactly.
maintained at a certain level, and that is part of that.
Yes.
Right, so
Okay.
we'll get more information on that as opposed to
Sure.
sketchiness. We'll do that after.
Okay.
Question, in terms of the setback, was it just determined that by that floor you didn't need as much floor space, therefore you could handle the setback?
Yes.
And then what is the distance between this addition and the library window?
22 feet.
Okay.
Okay, and so moving up the space, existing 6th and 7th floors, this is where we have a digital lab, the book and paper conservation, which is very much crowded, situated in corridors. And so an expansion would allow for a proper library conservation floor. And again, bringing adjacencies together, bringing the digital lab together, which currently exists on opposite ends. So the addition we're requesting is out of the rear of the library, as Annabelle had described. 8th floor, and then a small addition here. What's important to note about the work that happens in the library is the library staff is not allowed to have any kind of liquid or food near anything that they work with. So this is actually important for them to have a place that they can have a break and have lunch, food, or so on. So that is the importance of that.
And it needs to be on the same floor because?
It doesn't need to be on the same floor, but if the only access that this group of people have to getting a glass of water or something to eat is all the way down in the basement, it just doesn't make for efficient use of space.
And it didn't fit on any of the other floors where you've got?
It didn't. In fact, we are stepping this back, so our floor below is this wide, and we step it back as we move away, and we thought that this was an appropriate location. Existing 9th and penthouse floors, and again, this allows for a better connection and use of spaces. These will become the director's meeting spaces because they're being displaced from the second floor galleries.
So all of the official offices that are now in the old building are moving to this location, is that it? The director's office and so on? The administrative offices that are currently on the second floor?
They will go to, some offices will go to the north on the second floor, as well as in the addition. And then the third floor will continue to have staff.
Scattered, okay.
Yeah, and then the fourth floor is the conservation staff. Okay, so complying scheme, we understand, thank you, that we can actually build in the rear yard. So this was what we submitted. We very quickly pulled together what we think we can do now as a complying scheme. So what we know is that we can get an education classroom in, which is filled in here, but we can't go any higher than this because it exceeds the lot coverage. The existing art.
What's the height of that structure that goes to almost 23 feet? Is that what the issue is? Okay.
Yeah. The existing art elevator that is there today would remain and go below, and it doesn't have any way of connecting above. And so there's no possible way to get a full connection of an art elevator. So what would need to happen in this circumstance for art, if art came in below ground, it would come up this elevator and then would have to get transferred to the passenger food trash elevator here and then get transferred again.
Sorry, could you do that again? Why can't the elevator go
Because,
because you-
because it will exceed the height.
It exceeds the height and there's no place to put it.
There's no other place to put it because it's compromised in every
What's its
location.
destination when it's in that elevator? Where are we trying to get to?
We're trying to get to conservation
In the library building?
in the overbuild, which we can
overbuild.
achieve only up to 3 floors and not 4 floors in the complying scheme.
Okay.
I can come back and forth, but I
Okay,
know this is a little hard to understand. So again, our elevator remains where it is. Essentially, the complying cellar scheme is more or less the same. However, again, not connecting with the art elevator is critical. Here's a complying subcellar 1. Again, not in an ideal location.
But the art elevator is there, right?
It only
That's the
goes down, this art elevator.
It only goes down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, again, first floor, but moving to the second floor, this was our superseded scheme. So this is where I can explain. So our elevator that arrives on 1 would get transferred, walked through to this elevator. When it gets to the second floor, the art would have to come out, come around, and find its way to a new elevator that would just be connecting you to the conservation suite on 3. What you also see here is that we need to provide a egress stair that has to have a completely dedicated corridor to this egress stair. So obviously, that's not such fantastic efficiency of space. What this also indicates is that we really can't have a second floor lobby here. So our elevators we can have, and people would exit out of the elevator this way. We would achieve less second floor gallery space because we don't have the space we need here for further offices.
Why can't there be a second floor?
Because it would exceed the height.
So the second floor reception area?
It would exceed the lot coverage, sorry. Yeah.
Why does that exceed lot coverage? So
Because-
that's the part I was very confused about. Where are the courtyards that are getting filled in?
Yeah, it's a problem of the street wall setback.
Oh, it's street wall,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Because either you follow the street wall or you don't.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
Or
we'll
you
show
do
you what,
nothing.
we'll
Right,
show you
okay.
what that looks like.
Okay. I do have another question about that elevator, because you've got so many elevators going. Why couldn't you just simply relocate the art elevator someplace else that makes all your connections?
Yeah, that's a good question, and we have been trying to find a place to do that, and it's not possible, because we either end up being like right up against the garden court, hovering over the garden court. We can't have it above certain mechanical spaces because there's no head height to have it, and the mechanical spaces that are there can't be relocated because of what their function is. So there's nowhere to put it. We can't put it here because it would block, again, this is the area that's above the garden court loggia. So the garden court is here, but this is the walkway, so you'd have a pit hanging in the historic room. And then third floor superseded, and so this is where we are able to get a third floor in at the 60-foot height. This is where the elevator would come up. We are allowed to have this bit here connecting to these floors, but it's pretty isolated and quite reduced in size from our proposed. The complying scheme provides 4,750 of square footage compared to our 11,150. So it's 6,400 of additional space that we're requesting. And then the complying continues in the same manner as the previous. So on Monday's review session, there was
Before you go on with that, so since you submitted a revised as-of-right, we're going to need to understand what the deficiencies are.
Yes.
The way you did them
We
in
will.
your very well-prepared programmatic needs analysis, why they're not.
Yes, we'll submit a revised statement and proposed and revised complying drawings.
Yeah, it's not just the drawings. What was helpful is you have drawings and then you explain why
Yes.
that project isn't doing it for.
We'll do it illustratively and with a narrative and a statement.
Exactly.
Yes. So based on the question or the comment that came up at the review session on Monday, there was the thought of, well, what would happen if you actually fully built to the as of right? And so this is what that representation would be. And this is something that we have discussed with Landmarks, and very much they encouraged us not to go in this direction, because as you can see, it builds up the street wall here. It goes all the way up to the 71st Street frontage, you know, basically jamming into the Pope elevations. It really impedes on the street views that Landmark so very much considers.
Do you have any correspondence to that effect? Written correspondence or any letters to that effect?
I'm not, no, they were, I mean, these were early discussions with staff where we showed them what the possibility of building to this extent, and given the sensitivity of the garden and of this historic building, it was very much discouraged to not pursue something like that.
But I just want to clarify that the reason that we're seeing this is for the benefit of the public who's attending. So the museum is asking for a number of zoning waivers. And the reason behind the number of waivers is because you're dealing with a historic property. It's an individual landmark in addition to being in a historic district, and it's affected by the Landmarks Commission very dramatically, right? And so the effort has been to try to avoid the impact on what's viewed as the most significant portions of the building. But the fact is that that all of those zoning waivers are being kind of forced by the kind of assumptions that Landmarks will say no to an as-of-right scheme. And the as-of-right scheme could be this. So in other words, the reason for so many waivers is because they need to, they're not permitted to build to setting back from the street line. They must build at the street line, and then they could build actually that. So that is an as-of-right solution that would fulfill all the program, let's say, square footage, whether it fulfills the adjacency. I know there hasn't been time to study that because we just asked for it the day before yesterday. But it's to kind of put into perspective what would happen to the building if they built as of right. In terms of whether Landmarks would approve it or not, you don't know till you actually go through the Landmarks process, right? And this is something that I mentioned at the last hearing, is that the Landmarks Commission, in my experience, doesn't force a property owner to go get waivers, because it appreciates that the zoning is what the zoning is, and it's hard enough to get approval through Landmarks. So it's conceivable that Landmarks would say, well, with a little bit more tweaking here, what are we going to do? At least you're preserving the garden, at least you're preserving the Hastings building, and when you need to expand, you need to expand. So it's conceivable that Landmarks would accept something like this. But yeah, so Annabelle, please.
We can also show that.
I just want to chime in that having had many a discussion with you, in fact, at Landmarks, I think that what is really interesting to understand is that there was prolonged dialogue about all of those things. And I would love to know that, I would love to show you a letter, but that is not how it went. The reality is that there was a back and forth conversation about what the zoning situation is, and we did provide them with diagrams to view. This was early days, of course, because our approach in this project was very much collaborative. We didn't want to sort of go in and in a spectacular way be rejected, but what we proposed ultimately was an understanding that the attitude had to be to do the least harm. And so, no, we never presented this to anybody.
Yeah, so pretty aggressive. And then here it is on 71st Street, coming out to the face of the building. And just to note, I mean, this is the 60-foot point, and this is what we're proposing is 68 foot too.
Right.
So,
and where's the Can you see anything of the library addition from this view?
The library is right here, and
The
you wouldn't
addition.
be able to see the addition in the rear,
Okay. Thank you.
in the back.
I don't think we have to really go into it in great deal, but my understanding of how Landmarks has been operating is not exactly the same as the chair in terms of whether they would approve something if it needs variances and it wasn't appropriate. I don't believe they would approve something that if they don't deem it to be appropriate, and whether it needs zoning or not.
Correct.
In my experience, people have had to go and seek amendments to the zoning ordinance in order to get buildings approved on Madison Avenue, where to comply with landmarks. We have an application that we're filing right now to do something similar to that. So I don't agree that the fact that the zoning requires something will mean, okay, the landmarks will just concede that.
No, I'm not suggesting that landmarks would say it's appropriate. But sometimes what it does is it says, okay, you've done the best you can under the zoning circumstances, and we won't force you, property owner, to not expand. We'll just make you whatever.
Well, they may not approve
The
it.
solution would be, yeah.
Or they may not approve it.
Or maybe, yeah. Right, we don't know. So this is all conjecture, but the point is that that's what a real as-of-right project looks like, as opposed to the one that you showed us in the materials, because you're assuming, you can't speak while you're sitting in the chair.
Building on the garden could be as of right, and building a 210-foot apartment house on Fifth, or 210-foot high building on Fifth Avenue could be as of right also.
But the point is that we already know from lots of information that landmarks wouldn't allow development in the garden. That we know. We also, in both gardens.
Okay.
So that much you can say, all right, that's a known quantity. What we don't know is this sort of flat addition across through lot like that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to pass it on now to Carolyn Straub from the Frick to just discuss some of the programmatic needs.
Thank you, Sarah. So I'm Carolyn Straub. I'm the Associate Director for Capital Projects for the Frick Collection. And I've been working very carefully with Annabelle and Sarah and their team over the past 2 years in the development of this, and in particular, looking very closely at the programmatic needs of the museum and the prioritization of those needs relative to other constraints on the site and relative to this approvals process. So when Annabelle was brought on and was given the mandate not to build on the garden, for the reasons that have already been stated, it led to a very careful review of the program, because of course that put a huge constraint on the buildable area, and of course we wanted to restrict the variances we would have to be asking for. So we looked very carefully at the needs. She reviewed with every one of our internal departments what their needs were, had their wish lists. What we're presenting to you today by no means represents that full list of wishes. And in fact, there are some key components, such as a loading dock, which we very much wanted to incorporate, which we simply could not find a way to do, given the restrictions on the garden and the street walls as they exist today relative to the landmarks considerations. So what you see here is a slide that looks at not all of the program throughout the building, but some of our key programs that we've been discussing and those programmatic needs that are driving the complying versus the proposed schemes. And I think notable, so the existing condition is the gray, the complying is the yellow, and the proposed is the orange. So you can kind of compare across the three versions. I think notable is some of the hard decisions that we have made, such as with the library existing. We have made the decision to reduce the amount of stacks that we have on site and to off-site those, which increases our operating costs forevermore. But given the restrictions of the site, that was a decision that was made to do. And it's really offset in favor. You'll see sort of where the yellow and the orange grows the most are notably the exhibition galleries of the second floor, which we have talked about, and as well as the visitor services. Ian mentioned the stresses on the house. We have a 100-year-old house, which in itself is really regarded as a work of art, and one of the maybe, to some people, the most important piece of our collection, some might say. And that is something that needs constant care and attention, and not having appropriate visitor spaces puts a lot of stress and wear and tear on that house. But the opening of the second floor, which has smaller spaces, smaller scale spaces, and more historic materials, which will be open to, up to 300,000 people per year. It's a lot of wear and tear, so it's important to us to have appropriate visitor places for people to sit, for people to gather, for people to meet with their friends before they travel into the galleries and can enjoy a proper experience. So, the sort of storage need has been moved off-site and being replaced by a public utility for galleries and visitor services, as well as education, which has been discussed is going from nothing now, proposed to 42, and in the complying is 2750. This is not a project that's about a lot of square feet. I'm sure, in all of the projects that you see come before you, in terms of just number of square feet, that's not what this is about. This is about really trying to, as Ian stated, meet the needs of our current visitation and our current activities in an appropriate way. And that is, in many ways, we need the appropriate circulation, accessible access, and adjacencies in order to do that. So that's really about putting a small amount of space in the right locations to meet those current needs. It's not about building a big building or a big addition to a building. And I think just further to that in terms of the storage and some of these numbers here, which look quite close, there's a real nuance here that you can't really see necessarily just from a couple of numbers, but the collection support goes from 7,400 to the complying, which is less at 6,550, to the proposed, which is 8,100. The reason for this type of number is because, again, we're taking things out of storage, which are right now in the basement in storage. We're putting them on view for the public, which is where we want them to be. That allows us to decrease this number. But then to care for that collection is really where we're trying to build conservation. So there's sort of a lot of, small but important moves of nuance, taking things out of storage and opening up more to the public. And you'll see here in the administrative and the office need, we know this is precious space. We're not trying to build lots of office space. So we've worked hard to keep this number very consistent with what we have today. There's really just a very small increase to try to catch up with our current needs. And then circulation, we've talked about this quite a bit. This really is central to the plan and the reason that we're proposing the plan in its current form. You'll see this is really about ADA access and visitor circulation. These diagrams here, again, we have existing, complying, and proposed, so you can compare straight across. In the existing, as was stated, the museum is really separated from the library. For the museum, you come in at 70th, the library 71st, and those people would often never know that the other half of the institution existed 20 feet away. So in both the complying and the proposed, we are able to make that connection and allow, and this is all kind of a fair, free zone where people could come in one side, go to the museum, and vice versa, to really encourage people's enjoyment of the entirety of the institution. What kind of suffers here is what Sarah discussed, which is this sort of art elevator. This location is so pivotal. You'll kind of see in the diagram, we've got the library here in the northeast corner, and then we have the museum here. And so this is a real kind of hinge between the two. Oops, sorry about that. A real hinge between the two institutions. And so this space here is so critical because it is at that juncture that connects the two. And so this art elevator is just in just the right place that it can go all the way down to sub-basement 3 and all the way up to the 4th floor with one elevator. Likewise, this new elevator, which is being proposed to be added to the library, it goes all the way down to 2 subcellars and up to 9 floors with one elevator, and then over here the public elevators as well, in the proposed service that whole volume. So it's very efficient vertically in that way in providing access. But as anybody knows who knows old buildings, putting in 4 brand new elevators is no easy task. We have to drill into bedrock in order to put those pits in. But we feel that this is really the most efficient way to make maximum use of our existing envelope, both down and up. And those elevators are critical since we do have a vertical massing. It's not an option to expand horizontally. And here on the second floor, similarly, between existing, compliant, and proposed, you can just kind of see the current situation, which in existing is completely cut off between the museum, the original Career in Hastings, the reception hall museum, and then the library. In the complying, we're able to kind of squeeze in these elevators and just create like a little minimal hallway to access some of those second floor galleries. But, this is very minimal. It puts a lot of pressure on, right here, the historic stairwell, and the idea of sort of 300,000 people coming up these elevators and into the small-scale rooms up there really puts a lot of pressure on the historic house. Whereas in the proposed, what this allows us is really to create these new spaces which are still fairly low. They're below the 60 feet, although they're above the 23 feet. And they really celebrate the garden. What Annabelle was really able to do with this charge, which, felt like a restriction, you can't build on all of this space, was really create this new visitor experience which celebrates the garden and allows people more access. It's not a garden that's meant to be occupied. It's meant to be viewed. Right now, you can view it from the reception hall and the street, and now you'll be able to view it from above, from both the north and the west. So it really celebrates the garden, which we're thrilled with, the concept of that, and provides these kind of amenity areas and a generous access for visitors to be able to sit, as Ian said, have a cup of coffee, and then extend their visit. And then above here, because of course this is we're not allowed to build even further above here. There's no connection whatsoever above the second floor for either the staff or for visitors. So that kind of really restricts the amount to which we can connect our institution internally. So next, I'm going to turn it over.
So, no, before you
questions?
do that, I don't know if this is your department. I have a question about the issue of the art delivery. Is that something that you can address?
Yes, absolutely.
So how is it coming in now? How will it come in, et cetera?
So the primary art entrance is on 70th Street, which is down this ramp. That's how it is today. That's how it would be in the future. One of the items that Sarah talked to was the extreme reorganization of the basements. So as we've said, we're asking for a total add of 11,000 square feet. About a little over 6,000 square feet is not as of right. This entrance to art and the regrouping within the basement to really maximize the use of those basements is a huge part of the program. We're doing 60,000 square feet of renovation within our existing envelope, and that's really to rationalize and make best use of what we have. So this is the art entrance. A big part of the basement renovation that Sarah showed was reorganizing all the art receiving spaces. One of the items that the Accreditation Board noted is that we don't have a good way to receive art for special exhibitions, so that's changing our TSA area, which is the designated screening area that's required by the Transportation Authority, to put that right next to the entrance, as well as our art handlers. So that would remain the primary entrance. Many of our works are smaller scale, so that still works for them. Additionally, our front door is fairly low right now. It's just an 8-foot door, and we are taken over. So our front door, it sounds like a small move, but it'll make a big difference to us. We're making the transom operable. So a lot of our works that are coming in for special exhibitions that might be too large for the ramp here can just go straight in the front door. So I'm just going to pop up to the first floor to show where that is. So, by putting a simple kind of ramp here, a lot of the works that might be too large for this path would be coming straight through the front door. So that's the second means that's available to us. The third means would still be coming through the garden, which Ian described is how we get large works in now. These doors, since they're very large, 11'6", are still our largest door into the museum, so there may be occasions in which we would still do that. However, right now, when we build this ramp, we actually, our horticulturist gets very angry with our art handlers because it kills the grass and it damages the garden, and there's a lot of repair that has to be done. So we're taking measures to improve the pathways as well as the underlying soils of the garden, so that in the future, when we build a ramp, we'll be able to build it kind of on top of the pathway, and there'll be proper loading support for that movement, and we won't be destroying the garden every time we do that. So again, these are all incremental changes to improve what we have. They're not a drastic change in how we operate, but the art would come through here. I think almost really more substantial to the improvement of the art path is the reorganization of the basement to have all of our kind of food and kitchen accommodations here. Right now, our staff cafeteria is adjacent to the original kitchen of the house, which is in this corner. That's where it's always been. That's where it is today. We're reorganizing that to put it in this corner so that when art comes in this way and goes to art handling and then goes to the art elevator, there's no crossover between kind of the food and operations activities and the art path. So that's a very significant improvement for us and our daily operations, and something that is completely in the basements and out of sight. But key to what we're discussing today is the connection to this art elevator and it being here and it being kind of in the western portion of the house, so it can go all the way up and down the building. You know, once we have to transfer to this food elevator and trash elevator, it creates a very difficult situation for art needing to go to conservation to have to go into the elevator where food and trash is. It's really like a number one, don't do, but you know, somehow we've ended up back in this position, which is kind of where we are today.
So you had mentioned a loading dock. When you say a loading dock, what did you mean actually, that a truck would drive into the building and you would be able to offload like that from inside?
Ideally, we would be able to offload inside, exactly. Right now, we offload on 70th Street, and the art comes out and comes down this path. When we had put forward the plan in 2014 and 15, which built on the garden, part of that plan was to enable loading here on this site. So once that was no longer a possibility, you know we cannot build on our Fifth Avenue garden, and because of the historic nature of all of our facades, there was really no good opportunity to have interior loading. So we will still have a loading happening from the street and into the ramp here, but where the real improvement has happened is the interior organization, so that the art can go straight into an art receiving area, be handled here, and be kept away from other activities of the building.
This is a question I've always had, and it's maybe more directed at Annabelle or Sarah, but I've always wondered why art access doesn't instead come from 71st Street through one of the blind arches.
Through one of these. Sure. So this, and actually I'm just going to go back up to the first floor. So this location where we're adding this ramp here goes down to an existing door, but it's I guess, I don't know if we have a photograph of it. It's a very low door. Right now it looks like it's like a 6-foot door right now, and it's actually below grade. It's about 3 risers down. So in order to access that door, you need to get down a ramp somehow. And in this proposal, actually, Annabelle has proposed to raise the head height of that door to the maximum we can within the historic facade. There's kind of a significant plinth there that we would not want to break in order to raise the door or the height of the door. So we are doing this to make this a secondary access, certainly for ADA access to the library is paramount, but also, you know, other staff could now use this door, which right now really is not usable because it's about a 6-foot high door. And that's why art doesn't go through there, as it's a very restricted entrance.
But so wait a minute, you're talking actually about the one that's in the library building as opposed to the low one.
If I may, what's really very difficult to appreciate is the fact that the East Gallery, which Pope added to the Hastings building, is actually quite low. If you were to add a loading dock, there is absolutely no way that you would be available to have the head height in a space other than the East Gallery itself. Aside from the fact that the existing elevations or the existing facades are heroic and absolutely the most beautiful facades that New York City has to offer. And you would have to not only disrupt those facades, but you'd replace a beautiful elevation with a loading dock, which under the best of circumstances doesn't look very attractive. But I think that one doesn't. I promise you I would try. But I think that what one doesn't appreciate just looking at the plan is that sectionally it's simply impossible to do that without destroying the East Gallery.
Okay. Thank you.
And just before we leave the subject of circulation, there's been a lot of question about building more underground space. So we've talked a lot about the effort to add these elevators, multiple stairs, including new fire stairs that actually meet code versus the fire escape that we have now. So all of this work is being done and is very intrusive, of course, because it goes up and down the entire building. If we were to add space below the historic mansion, we would need to likewise add elevators and stair egresses. The travel distance below grade is quite circuitous, and we would have to add a significant number of stairs in order to get people up and access, certainly for the public elevator access down, and that would require us to make some sort of penetrations through the historic house, which we have just decided is not something that we want to pursue, and that there's more flexibility on the east part of the site to make modifications as required for that purpose.
Okay. So is that the main explanation for why, in response, because we have a submission from counsel for opposition who talks about what I call the Morgan Library solution, put everything underground so no one notices and just have a door.
Right.
So is that the response, or is there more within that?
If we want to just treat the response as a whole for a minute, maybe that would be helpful. I would say there's multiple levels to that response. There's access, there's adjacency, there's program, the specificity of the programs, and there's technical. And I'd say really the technical is probably the least of it. Everybody knows that if you put enough effort, there's a lot that can be done. We do, however, have very fragile finishes in the West Gallery and the enamels room in particular. We have plaster ceilings that are already cracking and are under stress just from trucks going by on Fifth Avenue. So, normally in a structural move, you might expect up to ½ an inch of movement, and that's not something that we feel that our building can sustain. But that is maybe sort of the least of the concerns. In terms of the program that we've actually presented to you, all of the program for which we're asking for about 6,500 square feet of the variance are spaces that require natural light. So this is our objects conservation studio, our book and library conservation studio, and studio for people, and space for education classroom. So those are the spaces for which we're looking for the variances, as well as things like the visitor lobby, which of course needs to be adjacent to the galleries and needs to be on the circulation path. So that can't, of course, the visitor lobby can't go under the basement, under the garden. Wouldn't really work out very well. As well, of course, as the elevators and the stairs, which need to be where they are in order to service the floors that they're going to. So that's the program specificity. None of that can be underground. If we were to create more underground space, we would be looking at creating more storage space and probably keeping our books on site. So that's something that we've certainly considered, and actually we've done probes and we've done an analysis of doing exactly that. We found that it was costly and there were more risks to the house that we decided that were not appropriate, and that instead we've decided to off-site books at a certain, known ongoing operations cost to ourselves. So if we were able to do more underground, it would be for storage and those other facilities. Those are not affecting the variances that we're asking for today. Everything that we're asking for requires either a specific adjacency or natural light.
Okay. So you said education needs to have light. The Metropolitan Museum, the entire educational floor is subterranean.
Well, that's not exactly true. When you come in, certainly, the lobby is. There's actually there are windows onto Fifth Avenue. People sort of forget that they're there, but the Carson Center has windows on that side. And the individual spaces, such as Sacerdote and the classrooms, all have windows. They all have windows onto that facility. So once you're actually in a space where you're going to be sitting for 2 hours, all of those spaces do have windows. Yes, the transitional spaces do not, as do ours. Our education hall and those spaces where you come in would also not have windows. Only the space which would be a classroom, which would be used for lectures as well as instruction, where people might stay for 2 hours, they might stay for half a day or even an all-day seminar. That's the only space that we're asking for light.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions about that? Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Jeff Mulligan from Kramer 11. I am the last official presenter, so we're wrapping up as soon as we get the images up. Great. So the site is split between the high-density R10 Park Improvement District with that 125 feet of Fifth Avenue and the R8B District, Limited Height 1A District on the remainder of the zoning lot. The R10 District is high-density, allowing 10 FAR, and the R8B District allows 5.1 FAR for community facility uses. This image shows the permitted envelope that could be built on the zoning lot pursuant to the bulk regulations of the two zoning districts. So within the R10 PI district, you're required to have a street wall on Fifth Avenue within 50 feet of Fifth Avenue, between 125 and 150 feet with a height limit of 210 feet or 19 stories. And then within the R8B district, you cannot have a setback below a minimum height of 55 feet. With the height limit of 60 feet. So this form is found as you go up and down Fifth Avenue with the tall apartment buildings, and then on the mid-block, on some of the mid-blocks east of Fifth Avenue, you'll have lower height buildings. But of course, what we have today, as has been discussed, is remarkably different from what is allowed by the zoning regulations. We have in the lower density R8B district, limited height district, a higher lot coverage, taller building, and within the R10 PI district, a lower lot coverage, shorter building that pulls back from Fifth Avenue. As a result, there are a number of non-compliances that exist in the R8B district. The height of the library is 109 feet, which exceeds the 60-foot height limit. The street walls set back in a number of areas below a minimum height of 55 feet. The lot coverage is at 69.4%, so it's just below the permitted 70% in the R8B district. And then there's a very small portion of the library that's within the required rear yard where it's an interior lot for a width of 3 feet. So because so much of the building is located in the R8B district because of the reasons of circulation and adjacencies that have been discussed by the previous speakers, as well as guidance from the Landmarks Commission to push the building to the east and away from the existing facades, there are 4 zoning waivers. So the first is street wall. There are 2 areas where we set back below a height of 55 feet to have the reception addition and the addition for the 3rd and 4th floor. Lot coverage, again, we're at 69.4% today. We are building, for the most part, above the existing building, but for a small area within the open courtyard, and then this piece north of the pavilion, north of the reception hall is at a height of 23 feet or below, so by building on top of that, we increase the lot coverage up to 75.8%.
Before you go on,
yeah.
Can someone, whoever, I guess that's Annabelle's group, clarify exactly where that courtyard is on the existing drawings? Because that's the part that's very confusing about where there is no coverage. It's fairly clear that it's behind the garden wall. Right. But not in the... Right, so this... Not the floor plan.
I mean, I can certainly speak to how most of this is open with a few obstructions. I don't know if there's anything more to say.
Yeah. So it's on the existing floor plan.
It's right here. Is that what you're asking?
No, what Jeff just pointed out is where there would be new lot coverage, and there's that little tail on number 2.
Okay. Yeah.
What is that, where is that little tail on the
In
existing
that would be in the
plan?
existing plan.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, lots of floors. Okay. Is it best seen there, or? Yeah, I think it's best seen here.
With the second.
So here is the open court, and then this is a roofed area that is below 23 feet, right here.
Okay, so that's the
That's the
roof
dog leg.
of a continuous space at the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so that was street wall, lot coverage, and then finally, there's a small piece right here where there's a required 30-foot rear yard. I would point out that a significant portion of it is currently occupied by the existing building, so there's existing non-compliance that will be further increased. And then finally, the height, we are exceeding 60 feet, going up to 68 feet for the fourth floor for the conservation space. And then, of course, the extension of the library floors exceeds the height of 60 feet. It's not increasing the height of the existing library, but by extending the floors, it increases the existing non-compliance. And then just a couple of elevations. I know that these are somewhat confusing, so we'll try to improve these in a submission. But this shows both the existing and the proposed non-compliances. So the proposed are this small piece, again, is set back from the existing street wall rather than being extruded. And then this shows the new height non-compliance above 60 feet. And then again, from 71st Street, we are showing this is actually existing non-complying height. We are extending up at the very top, so that is new. And then this is both exceeding the 60-foot height limit, and these portions are pushed back, so they are not complying with the minimum 55-foot base height. Yes?
I have a question. At least from the documents I reviewed, you're not proposing to increase, are you proposing to increase the height of the existing library? No.
No.
So that is just an addition in the front?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
But that's
So this is
north
the-
elevation. So something's confusing about that drawing because it's making it look like you're making the library taller in that elevation.
This-
You would only see that on the south elevation.
It extends north to the north and the south. So there's the existing mechanical bulkhead, and we're adding to it on the north and on the south. So this is showing that piece. Yeah. So you can see
Oh,
it's
that little block.
this piece
Okay,
here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that little thing. Okay.
So just to summarize the findings, they've been touched on by previous presenters, but as been discussed, the existing building contains multiple functional deficiencies that impede the FRIC from meeting its programmatic requirements. The ability to construct a complying addition that addresses these deficiencies and provides the necessary programmatic adjacencies and connections is severely constrained by the fundamental conflict between the existing building's configuration and its placement on the zoning lot and the current zoning regulations, which, as has been discussed, were adopted decades after the construction of the building. And the conflict is further exacerbated by the building's designation as an individual landmark and its location within the historic district. As discussed, the addition is pushed away from the facades of the original house and the 70th Street and the west facade of the library, and cannot be located on the 5th Avenue and 70th Street gardens, pushing the addition into the eastern portion of the zoning lot, where the building already contains these zoning non-compliances. The new floor area must be located in the eastern portion in order to establish the necessary connections and adjacencies. So the 4 zoning waivers directly result from the need for the addition to be located within the more restrictive limited height district. So the configuration of the existing building, coupled with the pattern of development of the zoning lot, including the subsequent amendments of 1961 zoning, and the splitting of the zoning lot into the 2 zoning districts, designation of the building as a landmark, and location within a historic district constitute unique physical conditions peculiar to this particular zoning lot and create practical difficulties in complying with the bulk provisions. As you know, the B finding is not necessary because the applicant is a nonprofit. The C finding, that's where we get to this slide. So the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. It will not substantially impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property. The Landmarks Commission has approved the addition as appropriate. The proposed addition is not introducing a new use, but will allow the Frick to continue to operate and fulfill its mission as a museum and a library, which it has been doing for the last 83 years. The addition will set back from the existing street walls, thereby preserving the facades of the original residence and the two facades of the library. The addition to the rear of the library will not increase the library's existing height of 109 feet. And the two-story addition of the museum of approximately 28 feet will result in a total height of only 68 feet. So, and this image shows the heights of the surrounding buildings. And as you can see, really the original Frick and some of the Pope addition is the only building on our block that is less than 60 feet. And again, the 60-foot height limit is imposed within the R8B limited height district. The majority of the block, and certainly most of the buildings to the east, or all of the buildings to the east, exceed 68 feet. One exceeds 80 feet. And so the addition of above the museum over 60 feet is certainly in the context of much of what occurs on the block today. And again, we're not increasing the height of the library, which is at 109 feet. And certainly if you go beyond our block to both the north and the south, there are a number of apartment buildings that are significantly non-complying that exceed a height of 120 feet.
In the R8B.
In the R8B. Of course, you're allowed to go up to 210 feet here, but these buildings are within the R8B, directly north of our property on 71st Street, and the entire block front on the south side of 70th Street exceeds a height of 120 feet in an area where the height limit is actually 60 feet.
And the height of your Pope building is, your library is?
The height of the library is 109 feet, and I think it's up to the top of the mechanical bulkhead is 118 feet.
Okay, and that building that's across the street on 71st, it's also shown in the same color?
Do I have the exact height? So so on the north side, there's 13 and, one is 13 and one is 20 stories. I can get you the exact height, but yeah.
Okay.
This one right here, directly north.
It can't be 13 stories without being around 130 feet, right?
Right. There you go. So,
yeah.
and so we have a couple of elevations that show, this is looking on, so on the top is existing and on the bottom is proposed. So looking on the north side of 70th Street, and again, these are the existing buildings that exceed 60 feet in height. And then this is looking on the south side of 71st Street. And again, this is our proposed addition, which really is in the context of the existing buildings on the south side of 71st Street. And again, we're not increasing the height of the library. And then the final image is showing from Fifth Avenue. And then this is our museum addition, which really disappears from Fifth Avenue because of the Pope Library in the back. And then this shows the extension, but again, this height is staying the same. So two more findings. The D finding, practical difficulties and unnecessary hardship were not created by the Frick. Again, the need to waive the zoning is due to the conflict between the form and placement of the building on the zoning lot and the zoning regulations which were adopted decades after the construction of the building and the designation of the building as an individual landmark. And these are conditions that were not created by the Frick. And finally, the E finding, as has been discussed in 2014, we had proposed an addition of 54,000 square feet of floor area, which did include things that we needed like the loading dock, but after deciding not to proceed with that proposal, we went back to the drawing board and came up with a proposal that addresses the building's functional deficiencies and our programmatic requirements through to the greatest extent feasible, the very careful and strategic repurposing of existing above and below grade spaces. The addition does not allow us to provide a new loading bay, and it does require us to relocate some stacks off-site in order to free up those above-grade spaces. in the library for other project components. In the end, we are proposing to add only 11,095 net square feet of floor area, which is a mere 11% increase over the existing building size. And after this addition, we are still significantly under build, considering we can have a building as of right of over 403,000 square feet.
Thank you. Any questions about these? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually have a question about the books. We have the librarian here, so that would be.
Stephen Berry, the Andrew W. Mellon Chief Librarian.
Thank you. Okay, so my first question is, there's books that are being moved into cellar space. Are those the same ones that are currently in the stacks in the cellar, or it's a different collection?
The only stacks in the cellar are archives, and archives will be moved up to the, I think, the 4th floor.
Okay, so there's another area on the proposed drawings that's indicating its library area. What is that?
Under the garden court is where the compact storage will be, and that will take probably about 7,000 linear feet from the existing stacks in the library.
But the kinds of books that are stored, so my question really has to do with, it's counterintuitive that you put perishables like books in a cellar, just because we have underground streams, we have all of those kinds of things. So currently there's a stack area in the existing library building on the cellar floor level, and the proposed also shows that to be used for something else. But then there's a new stack area underneath the garden court, right? So that's going to be housing
some of the books that are in the existing stacks in the library building.
Okay, and there's no concern about the impact. Yeah, feel free for anybody else who's...
I just want to clarify that that space under the garden court is already excavated space, and there are no issues there with respect to water or infiltration or anything like that. So it's in already built space.
We're just going to chime in here. All of this basement renovation, as you imagine, doesn't come easy, and actually that space that you're talking about is a very good question. In order to make it appropriate for book storage, especially the rare books that Stephen has designated that need to stay on site, we are actually completely replacing that slab, doing under-slab drainage, doing new waterproofing, and substantially renovating that basement space. It's absolutely correct. It cannot simply be used as it is for precious collections. We're substantially renovating it to make it appropriate. It's going to have a completely new conditioning system with appropriate relative humidity and temperature as well. So all of those changes are being made to that existing basement space as required.
Okay.
And it will be fully alarmed for fire and water.
I hope. Okay. Another part of that question is, as was mentioned, that in terms of programming, because I think that was the last presenter's discussion, was that in favor of more visitor space and more exhibition space, many of the stack area is being reduced in size, and many of the books are being moved off-site. So my question is, why not more? And then that opens up more area for other programs, subterranean programs that arguably could be underground. So this may not be the librarian's answer, but for instance, some books need to be on site. Can you talk about which kinds of books need to be on site?
There are two sort of categories. Ones that are heavy demand. Those tend to be published within the last sort of 10 years, although with art history it's a longer tail than that. But particularly large folio items, it's impossible to safely transport them without great care. You need air trucks, and they have very because they're so big, the bindings are very fragile, and those tend to be, folios of designs from the 18th century, early 19th century. So they would be staying on site. Also, the very valuable books too.
And very valuable and stay on site.
Yes.
And the reason for that is the off-site storage is not something that the public has access to, or?
Yes, it's secure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
With respect to the conversation about which amount of space moves off-site versus making available space available for the public, this goes back to the conversation about adjacencies and circulation. I think it is not very clear to everybody that the library building was constructed as a library building. It has a structure that has particular intricacies, and would take too long to discuss that, but it's really only the third floor there where we are preserving the windows in the aforementioned slot that has actually access to daylight. In other words, a lot of the library space is dedicated to dark and windowless library space, and therefore really not suitable for the public, nor is it easily reachable. I just wanted to reiterate that.
So it's not suitable for the public because at the moment it doesn't have windows, but arguably landmarks would allow you to put windows on the side of the building.
I very much doubt that.
Well, again, we don't know, but would that matter because adjacencies are part of the program?
I think the monumentality of the Frick Library building, which is really one of the most spectacular John Russell Pope structures, is that very clear, very simple elevation with the pedimented windows. And I would argue that even if Landmark allowed me to, I would have to quit my position as an architect because I would not want to.
Wow. Okay.
Right.
So you feel strongly about this?
Just a little.
I have a question with regard to the vault and what's being held there.
The vault, the subterranean, that's
vault.
now going to be the auditorium.
Sure.
Right.
I know that now they're stored, there are artifacts being stored there, and you said there have been leaks. Has this caused any damage, anything of value, or is there?
Ian Wardropper, Director of the Frick. The question about the vault. So the vault has existed since 1941. The leak has been we had started noticing it about 1978, about a year after the garden was put in place. We have carefully monitored it. We've done everything we can to repair the leak, cleaning out the pool, doing numerous tests, but we've been never able to successfully address it. So we have interior kind of makeshift ways to protect the collection. Nothing's been damaged. We've been supervising it very carefully over the years, but it's one of the reasons why we want to remove it and have new state-of-the-art art storage so we don't have to face this in the future.
And your continued maintenance, does that come at a cost?
Continued maintenance.
To ensure that the leak does not get worse or the artifacts aren't damaged condition?
Yes, I mean, it's a cost. I mean, we have to have staff that are continually monitoring it, looking at it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? So I'd actually like to take a 10-minute break before we begin with public testimonies. Okay, is that all right? Okay, so 10-minute break, and then we'll begin with public testimony. Okay, thank you. That's my guess.
Camera press. Thank you. Okay, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 20th, 2019. This is item number 1, 2018-171, BZ, 1 East 70th Street, Manhattan. We're going to take testimony now from the attorneys representing groups. Opposition
Yes,
attorney.
opposition counsel.
Counsel, thank you. Please state your name for the record. I believe you already signed in.
Could we,
No, he doesn't get sworn in.
shut that off, please? Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Tim Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-Y, and I'm senior counsel with Hiller PC. I'm also a licensed architect. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've served as a town planner in a town in Westchester, and I've also served on the planning board in Ridgefield, Connecticut, until recently relocating back to Manhattan. And we represent Stop Irresponsible Frick Development. That's a group of it's a nonprofit group of concerned citizens, residents who live adjacent to the Frick, and also other concerned citizens who are against the application. Basically, what we see is that there's a 4-story addition where the music room used to be, or is proposed to be taken down. So it's additional 2 stories and a sudden addition to the existing library. And as noted in my, my letter that was submitted, and I apologize for submitting it yesterday, we were retained on Monday. So I've had...
So because it was submitted so late, I think the commissioners only had a chance to skim it quickly because it was, we saw it right before the hearing.
Right.
So if you could go through it again.
Sure.
So we understand what the content.
Yeah, my presentation covers the germane points. Okay, so the coalition doesn't want, they basically love the Frick. So they don't want to stand in the way of the Frick or the expansion and relocation of its uses. But what they are concerned about is the addition that the variances would allow, you know, height and bulk. So we think that the programmatic needs that were expressed...
Before you do that, so that I can put this in context.
Sure.
Any particular height and bulk, or just all height and bulk?
Basically, the expansion of the non-compliance, the expansion of the non-compliance of the tower, and also the expansion above. Really, it's the design, the expansion above the music room, and obliterating the music room, which I know is not the purview of this board. So, I took a lot of notes, and as I said, I've just gotten this, so please bear with me on this. But what we believe is that the amount of space that's available on-site and off-site would meet the applicant's needs and wouldn't require any changes or minimal changes to the existing building. And I'm going to outline those for you today. And we believe that the applicant has only submitted one alternative plan.
Mr. Dunphy, could you sort of move the mic up a little? Maybe they can hear better outside.
Sorry about that, guys. Better?
I don't, it's just not be able to hear outside. Go ahead.
It's just, you're very tall relative to the microphone.
I can move. Okay. So the 11,000 square feet, we believe, can be accommodated elsewhere. The applicant only provided one set of drawings titled the Complying As of Right drawings, and then proceeded to tear that apart. That we don't believe is a genuine review of the potential alternatives that exist. And I've looked at as I said, over the last 2 days, really, looked at it,
And if you want to point to things, take the mic out of the holder and carry it with you.
Will do. Let's get over here. Okay. The applicant proposes to do subterranean work right here. Okay. Now, subterranean work over here, I heard the applicant talk today about that there's fragile plaster work and all, and I also conceded to that. And so I have 3 different areas where the applicant could do subterranean, do excavation and provide these spaces in a subterranean area. One is what I call the extent of the limited north section, which is below the Pope Library. Then we have that extended out to meet the edge, the western edge of the applicant's proposed excavation, and then this little corner down here. Your packages contained a I think it's on page 4. It's a table that I'd like you to refer
Is this
to.
what you sent to us? Is that what you're saying?
It was in the letter. It's one of the exhibits in the letter that I sent.
But you didn't bring copies with you.
However,
All right, so just give everybody a chance to get to it because it was emailed to us.
It's not in the
I don't know if it's in the, it might be in the folder.
It was in the email.
So it came last night. Yeah, give everybody a chance.
it's referred to as Table 1.
It came last night at 5:54 PM.
That's correct. Again, I apologize, but I do have additional copies.
Great.
Just give me a moment to find them.
All the board members have it. Sorry.
All the board members do have it?
Oh, it's, I'm sorry, it didn't load. It didn't load. Okay.
I have one. You can.
Great. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. And it is a little confusing. So the north section, or let's start with the limited north section. This is about 4,400 square feet. And if the applicant were to just go down one floor, it could pick up over 4,000 square feet. 2 floors, 8,000 square feet. And if the excavation were extended to this full area, it would be over 9,000 square feet, 2 floors, 18,000 square feet. Down here, there's an estimated 2,000 square feet. Again, going down 2 floors would be 4,000.
Wait, were you saying going down 2 floors? So they already have a cellar plan. They already have a cellar.
Going below what's existing.
And they have a sub-cellar already, some of which is unexcavated but proposed to be excavated.
Exactly.
Right? And then they also have, well, their sub-cellar 2 and 3 is really just the storage area. So you're suggesting sub-cellar 2 and 3?
Yes, I believe there is excavation on sub-cellar 2 to accommodate the theater and its supportive functions.
Not according to the drawings.
No, that's...
No, so our existing drawing set, it actually might be, anyway, our existing drawing set shows there's a sub-cellar 1 that's almost entirely excavated, and then sub-cellar 2 and 3, proposed, yeah, it's true. Sub-cellar 2 and 3 shows they're going to excavate some of sub-cellar 2.
Exactly.
For the auditorium and support, okay.
And the sub-cellar 3 is just a minimal one, which is related to a stair connection.
Right,
Yeah.
well...
So it's not a lot of excavation for 3.
But this is not under the Pope.
No, it's under the green.
Well, some is under the Pope Garden.
And are you suggesting that it be under the Pope structure?
Yes.
Okay, so
Pope addition?
just to clarify, so
Sure.
so we can follow along, the part that's in dark gray is the area where the Frick is actually proposing further excavation.
Right.
Whereas the areas that are in white are not proposed to be excavated.
Right.
Okay.
And this area is existing sub-cellar 3.
Okay. So, and you're proposing...
No, it's existing sub-cellar 2.
This section right
that section
here.
there is existing 3, which is only proposed to be excavated, or maybe not even at all. It doesn't, I don't know if the purple part is, I don't think there's any additional excavation
It's just
there.
an extension of a
Staircase, that's it, right.
Right.
I just want to be clear. So you're proposing that you want to excavate under the 1935 structure?
That's correct.
Can I, I have a question, Mr. Dunphy. So there was a question to the applicant a bit ago about why they are not excavating, and that has to do with adjacencies, the structural integrity of the buildings, et cetera. Do you have any response to that as a rebuttal for why they're not
Sure.
proceeding as you suggested?
Silden, in response to the original application from 2003, there was a proposal by
To be clear, we've never had an application at the Board of Standards and Appeals. You mean to the Landmarks Commission?
I thought they presented and then withdrew the application.
No, not as far as I know. I don't think
No.
they ever actually filed.
Okay. Well, the 2013 proposal drew a response, which I also include as Exhibit B, Exhibit 2 in my response letter, that was prepared by Halpern Architects. They used Silden Engineering, which is a very reputable engineering firm. In fact, they've done work subterranean below the Carnegie Hall. And as you know, they've also worked with the architects of this project, BB&B, on the expansion of the Morgan. And they reviewed those plans. Their name is actually on those plans also. They reviewed those plans and said there really is no problem excavating in this area.
Well, but just a question. So they're not the engineers for this building, right?
No.
Were they ever the engineers for this building?
No.
So then how did they get access to engineering information about this building to know whether it was safe to expand this subterranean space?
Well, actually, I have to tell you, we haven't received borings or any engineering information at this point. I didn't see any presented yet. So when we do, I'd like to have them respond. But they did look at the Halpern plan, which called for one level of subterranean work. And they said that under those circumstances, given their experience, they said it was absolutely doable.
Okay, but understood that there is actually an engineer working with current architects who knows the actual subterranean situation, and I have great respect for Silman, who does lots of historic work, but the fact is they've never had access to the same information that these engineers have.
Agreed, and we look forward to receiving that.
Well, it's not that necessarily that will be asked for, because it may not be relevant in this case, but let's go on.
Okay, well, we believe that a good review of the subterranean work and the potential for the subterranean work goes to a finding of prong E of your required findings.
Okay, so, but I guess I think the bigger argument, because one of them was about the fear of the trees being lost and so on, you're not suggesting any expansion underneath the Hastings building, right?
No.
So you're...
And underneath this garden out here, if we were to look at the drip edges of the two, I don't have it on this plan, of the two magnolias, there would still be an area exclusive of the drip edges that would create 1,000 square feet of reclaimed lot that they could go down. But we're not really looking at that.
Okay. So, but what you need to do is address the adjacency issue and the need for light and air that are described as a programmatic requirement for, or at least windows, that are described as a programmatic requirement for a number of the functions in the building.
Right, but they also have mentioned that they don't need light and air for a lot of them.
For some.
And also, as was pointed out by the board, a lot of the museums, the education space, doesn't have that. So that's a possibility.
No, but to be more precise, what they said was the areas where people arrive and there's kind of general sort of reception for education doesn't require windows, but when they go into the classrooms, I didn't know this because I don't think I've ever been in a classroom at the Metropolitan Museum, but apparently they have windows, and that's a sort of an expected feature to have windows in a classroom. So that's where the educational program is above grade in this proposal.
I understand, and let's say that's optimal, but not, in my opinion, required. And in the opinion of other institutions in the city.
Okay, well, okay.
And again, we can further address that issue very easily.
And just one other thing, are you aware that we have about 50 letters in support, and I think about 30 of them are from other institutions, museums, that get fairly specific about the kinds of program that a museum needs to have in support of the Frick's proposal? You should be looking at those.
Well,
Okay.
I look forward to receiving those
Okay.
if I can, and also, I don't know that they've addressed just the light and air issue, which is what we're talking about. We're not challenging the need for space.
Right.
So if they've talked about that, we're in full agreement with them. Okay. So that's the subterranean issue. And now I want to talk about the off-site requirements. Okay. All right. So this exhibit shows one of many possibilities. One is that this building, there's 6,500 square feet available for sale in this building. As the applicants mentioned, they had purchased along the way 3 additional townhouses and taken them out and had even proposed to put some square footage here. With this addition, which is right here on the first floor, they could easily put a link right here where the 2 lots are contiguous, about 17 feet or so, to access this section of the existing Pope Tower. Okay. Now, that also goes to, if they located the educational facilities in that building, that's 4,200 square feet that would be in here. That would allow well over 2,000 additional square feet for them to relocate some office space. It also would serve, as the applicant had said, I think it was on page 5 of their submission letter, that this would be discrete from the rest, from the collection and the library. This could also create a node that would join, I'll get to the cafe in a moment, but all of the functions that are proposed up here and the collection over here, and also anything downstairs, they could access right through this node. So that would be a beautiful vertical circulation space. They've already proposed that they're moving the fire stair in here and that there are some elevators to be done there also. So that could easily, those spaces could easily be reconfigured. I'm sorry.
Finish your statement.
No. I'm
So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
One is this vertical enlargement that you're proposing. What is the extent of the vertical enlargement to connect the 2 structures?
1 story.
1 story.
Right.
The building from what I vaguely remember seeing when I looked at when I was trying to understand the abutting buildings, 11 East 76th Street, isn't it?
70th.
Sorry, 70th Street. Isn't it overbuilt?
But they may need a variance for it. It would be much less, a much lower variance.
Do we know the structural integrity of the existing building? And they don't own the building, so
No.
how do you anticipate them to have this vertical circulation that on a property that they will be renting?
No,
It's a condominium, so they could buy the 6,500 square feet, and it's only 1 story that would be added over on the 11 East 70th Street lot. The circulation, the vertical circulation is already something that they've already proposed.
Right.
Okay.
So I get, so then, so is that what, that's one of the solutions? You're saying that there's 6,500 square feet in an adjacent property that they could acquire?
Exactly.
So my question is, how do we, the board, look at the potential, I mean, they could also acquire the entire block, right? And then they could expand horizontally through all the townhouses and no one would even know that there's a Frick inside, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but what I'm trying to say is, we look at the property that's currently owned by the applicant. Sometimes we'll even look at sort of what we call like straw man ownership, that they actually own it, but they're not admitting it, and that's when we will address that kind of situation. But to my knowledge, they do not own that property, so how can we talk about them potentially owning it and how that would cure whatever it might cure?
I think that it would, if we could contemplate an applicant purchasing other properties, we wouldn't be able to grant any variances moving forward.
Right.
You could buy your way out of most problems by purchasing the adjacent properties.
What I'm asking is that the applicant look into these and not simply have one alternative that they've submitted, which is the complying drawings, as their alternative.
But they can't, so for our purposes, we do need to look at as-of-right options, right? But for our purposes, as-of-right cannot include property that they don't own or don't have a ground lease on or something like that, because we can't entertain a fiction, right? So I don't know how we would look at that. And to Commissioner Shabetta's point, we get variance applications all the time where the sites are shaped like, a banana. And you can say, oh, well, you're saying your banana shape is a hardship. Well, why don't you just buy the two sites on either side and turn it into a rectangle and you'll be good? And the short answer is, well, we don't own those sites, and maybe we even tried to buy the site, but they don't want to sell. So we can't force them to purchase the adjoining property. It's outside of our domain. I'm not saying it's outside of the domain of neighbors discussing with neighbors, but for our purposes, we have to look at what is the size of the property that they own and the size of the zoning lot on which it sits. Okay?
Okay, but I believe that to erode those restrictions, the fact that this property is available on the market with an eager seller is something that the applicant could have and should have looked at if they're going to meet requirement E. That's my contention. You seem to not have one.
But also to just clarify, hi.
Yes.
Also to clarify, they're not required to make the B finding because they are a nonprofit.
It's the E finding that I'm looking at.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we hear you. Okay.
Okay. In addition, there are some places that they could have an off-site office, and it's very, very realistic to do that. As I put in my letter, there are, right now, we have, global communication, we have 24-hour securities training, we work in a 24-hour office. I've worked until 3 o'clock in the morning and then faxed things over to London. So that's a realistic option that I really would like the board to ask the applicant to look at. That's one of the components. Again, I hear that.
Would that include, again, purchasing or renting property that's not part of this application?
Yes.
Well, what he's suggesting is, do some of the work off-site, but we actually did already have a presentation by the museum director about off-site. So, and he explained that there are a number of functions that must occur on-site, and so then what you're left with is maybe only a small handful of functions that could be off-site. But then it's not that this is not, we're not talking about a 3,000 person office here, right? So we're talking about a relatively small amount of staff. And so then if you just have one satellite where, I don't know, 6 people, 8 people or something like that in that off-site place, it's sort of, they're disconnected from what's going on. Let's just say they're the straight administrators, they're the ones who pay the bills, like I think, right? So then there's a disconnection between those 8 people, and what have you really accomplished? Most of them they're scattered throughout the building as it is, the way I understand the proposal. So I'm not sure what you'd gain by putting 8 people in another office. We could have them speak a little more to who can be off-site, but conservators clearly can't be off-site, et cetera, et cetera. And educators cannot be off-site, right? So we would need more clarity from you by what you mean by off-site, right?
Well, I would like to submit that just relocating 8 out of the 256 employees is a very low number. And I think it's up to the applicant to perhaps provide numbers of what those people are and what their spatial needs are. And that would, again, go to finding E of looking at feasible alternatives before you approve this tower and destruction of the existing music room and putting a mass up above that.
You appreciate the off-site storage that they're now going to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In fact, my proposal is just an extension of that and more justification for what those off-site numbers are. And also, the fact that there is office space available in the local neighborhood.
No question.
Okay, so I just wanted to address that. The other thing that, again, it's going to fall on deaf ears, but one of the things of putting, let's say, the education over here is the applicant did stress very strongly that segregation of these different uses is important. And also, if they came through here to a vertical pedestrian transportation node, there's access but discretion. Okay, and that's what the applicant has asked for.
This building obviously has a history of buying up townhouses all the way along. That's how it got to be what it is, right?
Exactly.
But again, we're looking at the current property in the current zoning law. That's
okay.
our constraint.
Again, if you're not going to ask them to look at that, it's
we can't.
up to you.
We don't have the authority to ask them to look at property they don't own.
I just, personally, as a responsible architect, I would have. Okay, that's what I would have done to protect this particular building. One of the things that I really do find egregious is that the music room is getting killed. Okay, now the music room, and also the applicant did mention the circulation spine that exists. Okay, so again, these are just sketches based on the drawings that I received. This is the existing collection lobby, which is going to be expanded. This is the existing music room, and this is the existing library right here. And you can see that there is an implied connection between all of these and a circulation spine that would just need the reconfiguration of this. And I'm not saying that you would go through the music room, but you could tangentially go by it, and it would be very accessible as a gathering place for student groups or other groups that have to be oriented. It could also serve as a alternatively or part-time as an exhibition space. And on the applicant's website, it states that the original proposal was for a second-floor mansion. This is in, excuse me, in regards to the music room. It was constructed at the end of the museum's main floor to allow easy access from both the collection and the library. The music room's flattened dome ceiling and circular skylight indicate Pope's intention that it could serve as both a lecture hall and an art gallery. So I think it warrants a second look, okay? With regard to the garden, the rear wall of the garden is semi-transparent right now and has a 20-foot open area behind it. It's also a very green, soft edge to that garden. Now, the garden is, as I outlined in my letter, one of the very, very few private residential gardens that's visible to the general public from the street. You can look down on different ones, but from the street. To build that wall within 2 feet, to extend the library 2 feet away from that wall, it would make it very claustrophobic in there, especially in conjunction with the proposed raised level of the entrance lobby. And I think that really kills, or tends to kill, the nature of this garden. So I think that should be something that, an additional thing that you consider. Also, the applicant has proposed a softening by adding a 2-story addition in that location and then planting trees up there, but only provides a 2-foot planting well.
I'm sorry, where are we talking about now?
Above, let me show you. Again, I don't have their drawings available, but right here, they're proposing extending back to the garden and providing like a 2-foot narrow strip here for planting trees. Now that...
On the cafe level?
On the roof of the cafe.
On the top of the, okay.
I'm wrong, but it's...
Yeah, we don't have a section, I don't think.
I think you do. No, I believe you do. I mean, I've taken this information off their drawings.
Well, it may be off, we don't have it in our package right here, that it's a section through the garden itself. That's not a section through the garden, is it? Oh, okay. So you're just talking about that little, so you're concerned about the little parapet wall? Is that what we're talking about?
I'm concerned about the space behind it to be used as a planting bed.
Okay.
I'm also, as I mentioned, concerned about how close that wall is to the garden.
Okay.
Okay, and
Wait a minute, aren't they maintaining, you're talking about the wall on top that's creating the cafe. You're saying it's not set back far enough from the garden wall. Is that really what this is about?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Also, if they limited that to one height, they could provide the cafe on the first floor and actually have a public viewing space of the garden from an interior public space.
But then they have a problem because they also have visitor access. That's
They
part of
have,
their program, right?
They have shown on one of the floors where they move the circulation space back into the Pope building. And that would solve that and have the cafe. It would also provide direct access to the cafe horizontally from the circulation space and from anything else. I won't mention the adjacent property anymore. Okay.
If you're going to really give alternative solutions, you really need to take into account their actual program, which is one reason I wanted this presentation in public. I wanted the public to hear what their actual programmatic requirements are in detail, which I think they presented fairly clearly. And so that if you have alternatives, that they comport with the actual programmatic needs, right? So, for instance, if they say they need an adjacency, so the current proposed plan shows the entire library ground floor all the way to the garden as being the new educational program. So it's contiguous, right? That adjacency thing. So what you're proposing then is to say, no, that should be the cafe. Well, then what happens to the educational program? It needs to go someplace. So you're saying maybe put it in the cellar. Now they have 2 flights of stairs. They're stacking their educational program. So now you have an adjacency issue where you need to bring the kids downstairs in order to bring them upstairs. So these are the kinds of things where I appreciate that you're working on this, but at the same time you need to keep in mind the importance of the programmatic requirements and how they need to fit together in this, an existing building. It's very, very complicated to make, to retrofit functions in a building that largely wasn't even built for this purpose, right? So it's great that you make recommendations, but you do need to keep in mind that there are constraints.
Right. I'm just asking that the scenarios that I've looked at over the last couple of days have popped into my mind. The applicant has had, I don't know how many years to look at this.
Well, so they provided us with an as-of-right alternative.
It's one.
Yes, but it's keeping, for one, it can't take a look at a building they don't own, so that's for
Right.
part. And for two, the reason for it, for the configuration is not unreasonable assumptions that landmarks wouldn't allow them to enlarge in certain areas, right? So what they did in their as-of-right is basically enlargements only where they thought landmarks would allow it, and there's a more recent as-of-right because there was a discovery that the rear yard equivalent doesn't actually apply here, so there's a little bit more area of expansion, and we'll get an updated programmatic analysis on that,
Right.
how much of the program fits in all of that. But one of the reasons for showing the as-of-right structure, which we don't know what landmarks would actually have to say about it, but there's an as-of-right through-lot structure that could go from front to back, which would be much less respectful of the historic structure, but nonetheless would be as-of-right. They actually wouldn't have to be here at all. I don't know whether the additional floor or floors, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 floors that actually get added, would satisfy their needs, but it would be an as-of-right addition, right? So, and they wouldn't have to come here, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the onus falls on them to provide a realistic look at alternatives. And just to submit one, and then verbally address, well, we can't do that because of this, we can't do that because of this, is disingenuous when you have over half a room, an army of over half a room working on this thing.
So I want to clarify, how many people are here in opposition to the project?
Well, I think the clearer question is how many people in this room are on the team prosecuting this application?
That's another part of the question. Okay.
Right, it's less than 50%.
So most of the
That's
people
interesting.
actually on Leo.
Well, I saw 4 hands of people, I saw 4 people who were stood here who didn't put their hands up. So I don't...
We know which ones they are.
Exactly, but you asked them to put their hands up and they kept their hands
Again,
down.
everybody on the team, raise your hand. On the actual team, the working team.
On the team
No,
of
no, no.
the
on the
Frick, working
Who
for
are
the Frick.
consultants for the Frick. Not the public. Okay, so it's the first 3 rows essentially are consultants for the Frick.
And a couple in the back.
And a couple.
Quite a few in that.
So then
I
how many
don't
people-
expect
after-
us to take attendance.
No, but so you said.
But you said, yeah.
You said
Okay,
people.
40%. I'll knock it down from 50, 40%.
Well, I'm on the record, I just want to say that that's, unless we actually did a head count, we can't talk about 50% of the people being opposed. So we have a certain number of letters in favor and a certain number of letters in opposition. Let's just stay to the point.
Again,
I just wanted to say one thing. You keep stating over and over again that they should be exploring several different versions of what an as-of-right or complying development would be. But the bottom line is their threshold is to show that an as-of-right or complying development won't work, and then it's up to the board, if the board is not convinced by the arguments, to ask for more information or ask for other scenarios. If the board hasn't asked for it, it's because the board finds their argument to be thorough, transparent, and convincing. This is not a situation where the community dictates to the
No,
board
no, 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 no.
what they're asking for.
Not-
The board makes the determination.
Absolutely. What I'm saying is that finding E says this is the minimum requirement needed.
Correct.
For me, if I'm looking at a minimum requirement for anything, I don't just throw up one that I can easily shoot down. I don't build a straw man and do that. I seriously look at multiple alternatives, and that has not been done.
Do you have any authority that suggests, any authority that suggests we can look at properties, in considering E, the board can look at properties that are not owned by the
Well, let's just leave out the properties not owned.
Fine.
No, we don't. But I think that the point is that Commissioner Ollie Brown so aptly stated, the BSA process works like this. We ask through our planners who work directly with the applicant, we ask the applicant to provide an as-of-right scenario, right? And then, and sometimes the project manager will suggest, not so much in the case of museums and so on, but in other kinds of situations, will say, well, you're showing a hotel. How do we know you can't have an office building here? Or how about residential or something like that? So we need to see more alternatives. In the case of institutions like this, where it's driven by programmatic needs, we ask for what does a complying building fit in it, and tell us why that complying building doesn't meet your programmatic requirements. Then, having prepared what is actually a very elaborate analysis of what the needs are, what the minimum standards are, because they give us standards that are recognized in the industry and so on, then at the hearing, we look at those and we ask for further clarification. Hence the questions that we had before. Why can't you move the stacks from the cellar off-site? You already moved some stacks off-site.
Right.
Why can't you enter the artwork from the other side? And so there are responses to those. When we don't find a response convincing, we'll say, that wasn't convincing, go back and change the access from whatever, change it to access from 71st Street. For example, we do that on many, many applications where we say, we don't find it convincing that you're putting your gym on the roof, why not put your gym in the cellar? And then they go away and they work on that, and we hear either why it works or why it doesn't work, and so it's an iterative process. So that's actually how it works. So it's not the applicant who has fallen down on the job. It's the board that now pursues based on what the applicant submits and asks questions. And if it requires further information, it asks it at the hearing. Okay?
Agreed. It just, the statute states that you're only allowed to give them the minimum variance that's required.
Correct.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, let's say no off-site, subgrade is doable. So Lynn has said that.
So you've already said this, and so what I would like you to do is, if you're saying it's doable, today you heard a description of the programmatic needs. If you haven't seen their submission on programmatic requirements, it's fairly elaborate, you should look at that, and understanding their programmatic requirements, make some viable suggestions, understanding the need for adjacencies, understanding some realities about excavation, how excavation works, et cetera, right? Because you could excavate all you want, but if there's nothing to put down there, we often get schools, for example, where we say, why can't you put more things in the cellar? And the answer is, children need to be near windows, so the only thing we can put in the cellar is the cafeteria, maybe the auditorium, maybe the library, maybe the computer room, but everything else has to be above grade. There are just realities, right, about how humans live and work, right?
Absolutely. I just don't think that those have been adequately codified.
Okay, so we're not going to go through this anymore because you've already made your point, but if you want to make a submission about what should be considered, then we'll look at that.
If I can get an actual number on what square footage needs are for daylight and non-daylight.
That's in their programmatic needs analysis.
Okay, and I guess
in their testimony.
I guess I could also look at all of the other standards that would be provided in EIS.
There's no in an EIS. Yeah, I don't know if this is such a thing. I don't think an EIS addresses that, but we don't have A-N-E-I-S, there's an E-A-S.
I understand, and it's rather lengthy.
Right.
But, again, putting the onus on someone who's representing a group of citizens in opposed...
But you're making a suggestion,
as opposed to,
and we don't know where to go with that suggestion.
I'll provide clarity on that alone, and then I'll start doing an assessment of the spaces also.
I'm sorry. Have you had a chance to view the case file on this? The application
maybe
material?
not. They were just...
Much of it, yes.
But you have a copy of it?
Yes.
No, I'm offering if you don't.
No, I don't have anything that was prepared today, but I believe I have a complete application, and if I don't, I'll submit a request for things that I don't have.
So, and as recommended by council, we have already asked the FRIC to clarify why, for instance, they can't do what I call the Morgan Library solution,
right,
which is subterranean,
right,
which they presented at the hearing, but they can go into more detail in a written submission.
Very good.
But it needs to be more than they could do better. Your argument needs to be more than, you need to show why you believe this is not the minimum variance.
It's just interesting to me because all of the other boards that I've been before, all the zoning boards through Westchester and Fairfield County, Dutchess County, and all of that, they do put the onus of it on the applicant, not on the people who are opposed to it. But I see that this is different, and that's fine.
Well, no, Mr. Duffy, I just wanted to clarify. So the onus is on them to make their application and to make all 5 of the findings. I guess my suggestion for the sake of closing the loop is you've suggested some very I would say they're tightly drawn. I have suggestions as to how they could expand. I think it would be useful for the FRIC to take those suggestions and say why they would or could not do them. In the instance of this, it's because they don't own the building, but in the instance of other further subterranean excavation, why they can't do that, whether it's structural integrity or adjacencies or whatever, and then we just have everything in our record. Your suggestions are met by the applicant, and then we can potentially move on.
And that's all I've been asking for. That's really all I believe that's all I meant to be asking for. But anyway, in conclusion, this is a request on a mid-block lot in an RAB zone in a limited height zoning district on a landmark site in an Upper East Side historic district for a variance, okay, for several variances. And I believe that it's critical before the board finds an establishes an e-finding, that you do consider alternative, realistic, feasible alternatives. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
And Michael Hiller just needs 1 moment of your time.
So I just, because I'm not sure who's the team tag, we received something that showed a proposal by David Halpern, architect.
Right.
Are you going to be talking about that? No? Yes, no? Okay. Did you want to talk about that?
Just to show that it was below grade. It was below grade, and the...
Sorry, the David Halpern, architect, was working in opposition to the previous proposal.
Right.
What would his proposal?
His proposal included
okay,
excavation below the first floor.
Well, again, in terms of the excavation, that's something again where they have knowledge about the applicant has special knowledge about the structural conditions that Mr. Halpern couldn't have had because he didn't have access.
And when we get that, we'll run it through him.
But what I wanted to ask was, David Halpern's suggestion, proposal for an alternative, actually looks very similar to the proposed in that it is a 1-story addition on top of whatever that section of the wing is near the garden, and then a several-story addition to the front of the library building. So that's the exact same partie as the proposed now.
Right.
The only difference is it's clearly not using up all the program or not meeting all the programs, so they had to have a few more floors of addition to the library. So I'm a little confused here. It's true that he sets back the addition to the library a little bit to give that little edge, so it's sort of a step solution, but I'm not seeing the major difference from a point of view of a partie, from a design concept, between what Mr. Halpern suggested and what the Seldorf firm has suggested. That's actually a big confusion for me.
Absolutely.
Because it seems like in response to the prior solution in 2004 or whatever.
2013?
14. The museum went back, reconnoitered, changed teams, and came up with something that's quite along the lines of what was proposed in kind of opposition hearings or whatever this, I guess this was at Landmarks that this came about. So I'm actually not understanding how there's still opposition if the partie is identical.
Okay, it's not the partie that I'm talking about. First of all, Mr. Halpern has looked at the current proposal and said in light of that, he wouldn't have provided the proposal that he has. He did provide in 2014, and he will be readdressing that, okay, and providing information on that. Also, it was really provided to show the feasibility of subgrade additions. That was one of the major reasons that I included it in my submission package.
Right, but you can't also ignore, you can't present something for the proposition that it evinces some sort of negative kind of supposition about the current proposal, and it also seems to support their current proposal that we ignore, that the board ignored that support. Are you?
Well, I am. What I'm saying is that the board can look at a proposal and see that certain aspects were substantiated and others weren't. Similar to any legal case, as you know, as an attorney, if you find a,
But then you have to distinguish those.
I thought you submitted it as an alternative. Yeah. Is that not what that submission was?
It shows the alternative that was provided at that time, okay. But in my...
Do you think that was do you think it was a good alternative?
There were some parts of it that were very good.
Okay, but you realize it's a plan as a whole.
And what I'm asking is the board, which is a very sophisticated set of folks, to be able to differentiate between the fact that it substantiates below-grade work and has had a very noted engineer pretty much sign off on it. He didn't sign off. I'm asking if you just look at it holistically, and that's it.
Counsel, I believe that you've stated some things that I will ask the applicant to address. But I too share the chair's confusion. I received that now, and I thought, that, as many other applications that we reviewed, that the opposition's presenting an alternate to the application's plans.
I can understand the confusion. What I'll do is clarify the distinctions that I'd like to make.
But understood, it's now in the record, it's now before us, that in the prior version of this, opposition had an alternative that looks awfully much like the proposed.
And if the applicant submits a revision, I can also have Mr. Halpern say where he would make the differences now, and submit that for your review.
Okay, could we just also note that the title of this appears to be Alternative Concept Calls for Modest Above-Ground Construction with Minimal Impact on the Landmarked Frick Site. So if you could respond to how the proposal before us today is not a similarly modest above-ground construction.
Well,
in writing, once you review this.
Okay, will do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Michael Hiller, PC. I received several letters, which I'll hand in, but I did receive one electronically, and it's of sufficient importance that I thought you all should hear it. I have to read it to you. It is from Martha Frick Symington Sanger. She's, did I pronounce it incorrectly? No, I didn't. Okay. And this is the letter. I am the great-granddaughter of Henry Clay Frick and have written 3 award-winning books on my Frick family. The current request by the Frick Collection defeats the intent of my great-grandfather's will, executed in 1915, 4 years before his death. His intention for a gallery of art in his house and use of the land surrounding the house. His intention was for a gallery of art in his house and use of land surrounding the house. He did not even envision the Frick Art Reference Library, opened in 1924 on land he owned at his death. The current library, in 1936, is not on Frick's original land. It was not envisioned as a teaching art institute, as the Frick's collection now desires. Making the Frick Gallery of Art into a museum and the library into a teaching institute is beyond the mandate of Henry Clay Frick and will necessarily violate the zoning easements. The Frick needs to go underground, beneath the land Frick did own in 1915 before his death in 1919. To do otherwise would destroy one of the greatest collections on the planet and would commercialize and thereby cheapen the entire historic neighborhood. And it is signed Martha Frick Symington Sanger. I also have a letter which I will hand in from a member of the faculty at Juilliard, a letter from Marshall Lustgarten, and I would say most importantly, a letter from Theodore Steinway Chapin of the legendary Steinway family, all in opposition to the application. We do look forward to submitting a supplemental submission. I'm sure you can all appreciate that we've had this file for a very short period of time, and we do intend to provide answers to the questions that have been asked, and I hope that you will be satisfied with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, are there any other, yeah, there's more counsel, yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Cass. I'm from the law firm of Carter, Ledger, and Milburn. I am counsel for the East 70th Street Block Association. I have a letter, which I presume to submit.
You can provide it to me.
It doesn't matter. You can give it to me, it's fine.
I have 10 copies.
Okay, that'll be enough. Thank you. So this is a new letter you haven't submitted before?
I'm submitting it right now, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
No, that's a copy from Mr. Turner?
There should be a copy.
Yeah,
Would you like a copy? I can get you a copy right now. I will give Mr. Tarnoff a copy as soon as I'm finished. You may have a copy right here. I am not going to read it now.
Good.
I would like to change the conversation. Our client is not focusing on the proposal that you've been discussing today in its completed form. Our focus is not on the program or the design of the building. Our focus is on the construction period, because we think the construction period is going to have significant, repeated, intense, and adverse impacts to the environment and to the East 70th Street residents. In that connection, let me remind you, as I'm sure you know, that you function not only under your own statutory authority from the city, but you are serving for this project as lead agency under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and under the city CEQR, the City Environmental Quality Review. You have before you, as the chair noted, an environmental assessment statement, an EAS, which proposes that you issue a negative declaration and go forward with the project. We respectfully suggest that that would be improper. Under seeker, a negative declaration is only appropriate when there will confidently be no significant adverse impacts from a proposed action. These variance requests constitute together a proposed action. They're discretionary, and you therefore have to comply with seeker before you can take action as the BSA. Seeker describes and defines actions in several categories. Type 2 matters, which definitively do not have significant environmental impacts and thus do not require a full environmental impact statement. Unlisted actions, which may or may not require an environmental impact statement. And type 1 matters, which presumptively do require an EIS. The applicant acknowledges in the EAS that this is a type 1 matter because of its historic nature. That means there is a presumption that an environmental impact statement, not an EAS, is required. We believe that the EAS itself makes clear that during the construction period, there will be significant adverse environmental impacts and thus require an EIS for that.
Sorry, could you just go back one sentence? You said that because it's a type 1, because of historic property, it requires an EIS. That's not true unless there's an impact that's determined.
It presumptively requires an EIS.
Where does that presumption
right?
come?
And that presumption can be overcome through analysis.
Right.
And that's what the EAS attempts to do. What we're suggesting, and we think it, and the letter indicates why, we think the EAS in fact demonstrates the opposite, that there will be one or more significant adverse environmental impacts, and thus that an EIS is required. Let me make clear that the EIS that we are asking for is not one for the full project that you saw described. We are not, on behalf of the Block Association, asking for an EIS for this project as a whole. We're asking for what is known as a targeted EIS, looking at the construction period only.
So not related to the landmark, the construction aspect.
That's correct.
Okay.
Only related to the construction of this proposed project. That will be, if you look at the EAS itself, it lists the potential categories of environmental impacts. One of them, there's air quality, noise, and the like, all from the operation of a project. But one of those categories is the construction period impacts. That is what we are focusing on, and it's all we are focusing on. And as I say, we are only asking here for a targeted EIS. The reason we are doing that is that the EAS itself indicates that there will be very severe noise impacts from this project. The city has a secret technical manual, I'm sure you've seen references to it before, which sets forth criteria as to when you have a significant impact in various impact areas. One is noise. In case of noise, the city says if you're going to have an increased noise level beyond the existing conditions of either 3, 4, or 5 decibels, dBA it's called, that is a significant impact. They looked at, as they were required to, 10 different potential noise areas, and they found that in 5 of them, the impacts would be significant in terms of exceeding 5 dBA. In fact, on the 2 locations they looked at, and they only looked at 2, by the way, and they could have looked at 3 or 4 and should have, but in the 2 locations they looked at on 70th Street, they had dBA increases of about 9 and almost 18. Remember that, you may not know, that dBA levels are measured logarithmically. That means that an increase of 10 dBA represents a perceived doubling of sound, of noise. And so that when we have a 5 dBA, it's significant, When you have an 8 or 9 dBA, that's nearly a doubling of existing noise conditions. When you have an 18 dBA, it's almost 4 times as much, because 10 is doubling and 20 is doubling that. So we are talking about very, very large noise increases. There are also 3 identified on 71st Street, not just 70th Street. And they didn't even look at the building directly across the street from the Russell Page Garden, where a lot of work is going to be done. They looked at 2 on 70th Street. Now, that means that those are significant adverse impacts under the city's own definition, and it requires a full environmental impact statement so that that can be subject to public comment in a draft EIS, a final EIS. Mitigation measures must be identified, alternatives, targeted alternatives for the construction period need to be identified as well to see if they can reduce those impacts. Our letter suggests some of those alternatives. Their only response to this, their only response in the EAS is to say, well, generally, if it's less than 2 years, it's treated as temporary and not a significant impact and doesn't need to be analyzed quantitatively. But the construction process here is going to be more than 2 years. They themselves say it's approximately 24 months in one place, and then another part of the EAS, they let slip that it's approximately 27 months. Actually, in conversations, the director of the museum has mentioned to at least one community representative, it could be 30 months. That's much more reasonable. And 24 months is a hoped-for, idealized schedule. Unlikely to be realized.
Sources of noise related to the subterranean work where they're using compressors, concrete vibrators, generators, pumps?
Yes.
And that work isn't what takes the 3 years or whatever it is. It's the interior, then you start into interior work. I think the applicant needs to clarify what the period of noisy work is, right? But the vast majority of this work is not subterranean work. The majority of this work is, you know, your standard interior once you've got your framing done for these additions.
Once you're doing the interior fit out, that's true.
Right.
In this case, of course, it's not a typical construction project, not only because it's right on top of everything, but because of the bomb shelter. There aren't that many bomb shelters in New York. This has 5 feet thick, reinforced concrete floors on this thing. That's got to be broken up and sawed and excavated in a way beyond a typical construction project. It will take more time. It will release more air, dust. It may release asbestos. We're not sure, but we know it will be noisy. And that is why what they have said, Madam Chair, just so you understand, in the EAS, well, it's not, it may take 2 years or maybe a little more, but it's not going to be 2 years at any one time that any of these neighbors are going to be experiencing that kind of noise. It'll be intermittent. Of course, all construction is intermittent. You move from drills, from saws, from excavators, from concrete mixers. Of course, there's always some noise off and on. So the excuse that they use to say this is really going to be only 15 months, not 24 months of noise, doesn't make sense in terms of the purpose of seeker, both state seeker and city CEQR, to analyze for the benefit of the public and to mitigate all the noise impacts during a construction process. They're going to be very severe. They're going to involve significant in-ground disturbance, and they're going to be immediately adjacent to people who live there and who work there. Now so that the noise aspect of the EAS demonstrates, in fact, that a positive declaration is required here as a matter of law. They also have looked much more superficially at air quality.
So before we leave noise, okay, I'm just going to, so that it's on the record and everyone can hear, I'm just going to read their little paragraph about noise. Duration of construction noise from on-site sources. The maximum construction noise levels at this receptor, expected to be in the low 70 dBAs, would occur during the approximately 6 months of superstructure construction when it overlaps with vault demolition, which is what you were talking about, and enclosures work. During the 2 months of foundation construction of the museum, maximum noise levels at this receptor would be in the high 60s, resulting in noise level increases up to approximately 6 dBA, so 1 past that 5, right? For the remaining months of construction of the proposed project, construction noise levels would not exceed seeker manual noise, construction noise screening thresholds. While this receptor is within 40 feet of the proposed construction work area, and there's a receptor building that they're talking about, and is predicted to experience exceedances of the seeker construction noise screening thresholds intermittently throughout demolition, foundation, superstructure, and enclosures work, which happens during that 6 months, right? The duration of the exceedances would be limited to short-term periods. Specifically, noise level increases due to construction of the proposed project would exceed the seeker construction noise screening threshold for an estimated total of 8 non-consecutive months. So are you saying that the non-consecutive months would exceed the 2 years?
What I'm saying is, if you look at that section in general, that we have a construction process that exceeds 2 years, that at various receptors, and you have been reading from one of them, at various receptors around, they look at 10, and at 5 of them, they exceed significant impact levels, in several cases very, very severely, for periods of between 3 months, 6 months, or 15 months, off and on. And they move around the receptor grid in that discussion. They don't actually indicate which months for each one. But your paragraph that you read was representative of one of the areas that they look at, not all of them. What we're saying is that when you're talking about a 2-year or 2.5-year construction period, if you're going to have noise impacts at location 1 for 6 months, intermittently, every other week off and on, and at location 2 for 4 more months, and location 3 at another 12 months, that you can't just pick and choose. This shows a pattern of severe noise impacts around the site, off and on for a period of 2 years or more. And 2 years is assuming that everything works exactly as they propose, which is, after all, unlikely. So the fact that at any one point it may get quiet for a month, or may be quiet for half of the months of the 24 months, doesn't make that not significant. What we have is a pattern of severe noise, exacerbated normal construction noise on top of homes, but exacerbated by the presence and the demolition of the bomb shelter, which is very unusual. This is not every site. And so this is why we believe that their attempt to read out noise as an impact is inconsistent with the purposes of seeker and the technical manual.
So I appreciate your going through this. Obviously, instructions to the applicant would be to give us a very clear schedule, construction schedule that's indicating at what times during the construction schedule we're talking about those noise creators and how they're affecting the various receptors as described in the...
With respect, Your Honor, I didn't mean to demote you.
Old habits, right?
With respect, Madam Chair, that's what the seeker process is for. That's why they have to do an EIS, doing exactly what you're talking about in a fuller way, public comments on it, a final EIS, and then findings to be made, including, as part of that EIS, specific mitigation commitments, not just a submission to you. With respect, it has to be in that manner. That's the way the statute works.
I think you reach a you're saying that they reach the threshold.
Right.
And I think that I'd like to hear that they have an opportunity to respond to that, whether or not they've reached the threshold.
Correct.
Whether or not this is all going to be done in 6 months and is all continuous. I understand what you're saying, and I certainly see the argument that you're making. I think they should have a response to it to see if they actually reach this threshold, as opposed to assuming that they do.
Of course.
Right.
Now, let me say, with respect to air, they did an air quality analysis for the completed project, that is, traffic and impacts from chimneys and fuel they're burning. They did not, and they quantified that. We're not challenging that. But they didn't do a quantified analysis at all for construction air impacts. And during the construction period, again, more than 2 years, that you're going to have a very high number of emitting pieces of equipment on site, and delivery trucks, and concrete trucks, and cranes, undoubtedly, possibly generators, so there's some hope that it won't be, all of which will be creating emissions, whether it's NO2, is it nitrogen dioxide, or PM 2.5, which is fine particulate matter, or PM 10, for which the area is in non-attainment. All of those things could approach the city's de minimis standards, so-called de minimis standards for measuring air quality impacts. They do not do that quantified analysis. They should have. Again, a type 1 matter presumes there will be impacts. The burden is on them to show that there will not be any. They, in fact, have shown that there will be noise, and they have failed to show that there will not be air quality impacts. I think there's a significant chance that there will be, because that air equipment, that diesel equipment that are operating, is not up on the roof and passing over neighbors, but right at the ground, and therefore facing not only the houses that are next door, but there are residents and there are workers, by the way. There are people who stand there whose job is to be a doorman across the street. They're going to be breathing this stuff for a period of time. There also are some potential issues relating to hazardous materials, and they've attempted to sort of bypass that by saying we'll comply with the law. That's not good enough when you're dealing with type 1. So what we are asking for here is that targeted EIS. We're not attacking the project. We're not seeking an EIS on alternatives to the project. But we do seek an EIS on this. That will force them to look at alternatives and mitigation measures and to make commitments. I should say, and I say it only because the letter already says so, we have met with the FRIC. They were nice enough to meet with us twice, once with some consultants and once just the principals. And we've given them a specific list of mitigation measures that we thought that they could reasonably commit to avoid these potential impacts, in which case the EAS might have worked. No, thank you. No, thank you. They've been gracious, but they've failed to commit. They've refused to commit consciously. Not an oversight. Among the alternatives that could be looked at to reduce emissions, noise, and air would be either reducing the scale of some of the construction, that is, reducing the height of some of the new buildings, which would shorten the construction period. That might make a difference. They could consider eliminating the elimination of the demolition of the bomb shelter. My recollection is that the Helper plan did not do that. And the elimination and the demolition and excavation of the bomb shelter is going to be noisy, produce serious risk of air, contaminants and fugitive dust with God knows what in it, and take a lot of time. That might be able to mitigate that. Or adopting a series of measures relating to noise and air quality controls that we have submitted to the FRIC and we have summarized briefly in the letter for your consideration. That is what we think could be achieved through an EIS. It would not slow the process down materially. They've spent years doing this. But it would provide the public and you with an opportunity to truly understand what the noise, air quality, and other impacts are, and would provide assurance that that issue will not become an obstacle in the future.
Okay, but to be clear, their submission would have to, upon the lead agency review, have to determine that there was an impact, therefore to move to an EIS. Otherwise, the determination is we could issue a neg deck under an EAS.
It is your determination, that's absolutely correct, but the test is not, will there be an impact? The test, the threshold test for requiring EIS is, may there be an impact? And here we think not only may there be, but there will be, in fact, and certainly in noise. So the burden is on them to demonstrate affirmatively that they will not be in order to avoid an EIS for a type 1 matter. That's what we respectfully ask you to do.
Mr. Katz, I just wanted to clarify, because you brought up a lot of questions about the EAS review or analysis they've provided with regards to air quality, noise, hazardous materials, but is it that your targeted EIS that you're seeking is only for construction?
It would
and
only
additional information for those other impacts, or?
It would be for the construction period, any construction period impacts. It would be the three that you just mentioned. I'm sure they would want to talk about construction traffic, what it's going to do in terms of reducing lane capacity on 5th Avenue or 71st or 70th, if they're going to put cranes, that kind of thing. But those would be the three issues plus traffic that I would imagine would be focused on in that construction, in that targeted EIS.
So the targeted EIS about construction would include air quality, hazardous materials, traffic.
And noise.
And noise. So that's a 4-pronged targeted.
Yes, I think that's right. At the moment, it would not, for example, we're not asking them to consider historic resources here. That's been considered by the LPC.
Right. Okay.
Regarding your suggestion of reducing the scale of the building to mitigate noise impacts, don't you think, are you talking about the superstructure or the addition below grade?
Well, everything that's outdoors, whether it's the demolition and the excavation of the bomb shelter or the building of the superstructure, the pouring the concrete.
Don't you think that the addition for the superstructure reduced like the least part of the noise impacts on?
Yes, I think the superstructure definitely will have a significant noise effect. I think when they're doing the interior fit out, I would expect that to be much less. But have I misunderstood your question?
No, and regarding the underground construction, don't you think that the impact of this on the workers would be more severe than on the public outside the construction site?
Well, that's an important question that you're asking. It probably would be, but they also wear equipment as required by OSHA.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They are required to comply with OSHA regulations.
Correct.
If they are okay inside, I would say outside they would be okay, right?
Well, so the construction workers are entitled to have the kind of apparatus that protects them from the adverse impacts of what they're doing. The standards for OSHA are quite different from the environmental impact standards under SEEKR. And it's those that I'm focusing on here. They certainly going to have to comply with OSHA no matter what.
You mean the workers might like put PPE?
Yeah, if they're dealing with asbestos, they have to be properly equipped. If they're doing, among the things we're talking about, for example, are controlling fugitive dust. And that's done through a number of ways, but including dedicated continuous watering of the site when you're doing that. I assume that the workers who are going to be doing that may have to wear some masks of some sort. But there are specific requirements. There are sometimes union contract requirements for that. That is not what we are focusing on here. If they don't comply with those regulations, they are in big trouble. What we're focusing on here is the impact on the residents and on the neighborhood. These are localized pollutants, but they are serious pollutants, and they're well over the noise impact levels, even though they're sort of saying, here it's this month, and here it's that month, and here it's that month. But over the 2-year period, it's a very bad problem. And same with air. They don't quantify the air at all. Their only hope is to try, actually, with respect to the noise, and say, it's a kind of shell game, in my opinion. It's a little bit noisy here, then it gets noisy here, then it gets noisy here, and it doesn't all end up being a 2-year period. But a construction process that involves significant in-ground work, immediately adjacent to sensitive receptors, that is residents and workers in these apartment houses right across the street, That doesn't have to go on for 2 years. A year's worth of serious noise is a problem and can cause health issues, as well as use and enjoyment of one's property. That's why we think that their effort to get around this is inappropriate, and I think, frankly, it's not the purpose of, or the intention of seeker.
Okay, so I have a question for you. So, you said at the beginning that your clients love the FRIC and you don't want to get in the way of the FRIC doing what it needs to do in order to meet its programmatic requirements. But as you were speaking about how it might mitigate the impact of construction and so on, you said, well, because obviously to mitigate that impact, if the addition were smaller, if they didn't do the vault, if they, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm hearing between the lines of this environmental discussion is that really your clients don't want any expansion on this building. Is that a correct statement?
It's a correct statement, I think, of what you were hearing, but it was not my intention to say that.
So what is it that your clients would like?
I actually anticipated that you would ask that question. Exactly that. No, I tried to identify two kind of alternatives that they could look at and would have to look at to see how that impacts could be avoided. There are reasons they would give, presumably, as to why they don't like those alternatives or why they're not feasible. They have to be only feasible alternatives. They would presumably say, well, we can't do that. And they would give the same reasons that they're giving in response to the questions that were earlier discussed. That would mean that there would be no feasible alternative that would deal with it, other than the list of mitigation measures that we have asked for. So we're not trying to get in the back door here. I'm simply trying to suggest, I'm simply trying to outline some of the alternatives that occurred to us as, that they would look at in such a construction-targeted EIS.
No, but you didn't answer my question. So you're meeting with your clients. Your clients have a problem with this project for whatever reason. It's the block association on the south side as opposed to the one on the north side, right? This is 70th Street, right? So obviously the south side block association as opposed to the north side block association has problems with the project because why? Is it because it's too tall? Is it because I mean, I know we got some letters of opposition that said they're concerned about the length of the construction period, which is another subject, but the ultimate result, they didn't complain about the ultimate result. So I'm trying to understand, what is it your clients want the ultimate result to be, independent of construction time period and so on, because this is New York City, we have construction going on constantly, no matter what neighborhood you're in, even in historic districts. So that's my question. What's the ultimate goal of your client?
We are not taking any position on the project as proposed. We are not focusing on that. That is not our goal. I'm sure that there are individual members of the block association, whether residents or buildings, that have views on it. My client, the block association, is here today to say our focus is purely on construction process, noise, air, and other issues, related issues. The process for looking at that is an EIS. As part of that EIS, they will have to look at alternatives. They will presumably dispatch the two alternatives that I outlined for the reasons that they've been discussing already today. That is not our concern. Our concern is the noise and the air quality and related impacts during construction process. I want to be very clear on that.
Okay. So,
and I also, if I may, again, just reiterate, not every block has a bomb shelter.
Sure, understood. Okay, go ahead.
You stated if it wasn't as tall, do you believe that would remedy the issue?
I don't know. I thought it occurred to me.
Would you still be asking for?
It's possible that I was outlining alternatives. It occurs to me that if they were building less outside and superstructure, that presumably the noise and air quality impacts from that would be somewhat reduced. That was one option. I was also then looked at the bomb shelter, because that is a significant factor here.
Okay, I think we've got
Anyway,
it.
but I want to be very clear, Madam Chair, that we're not trying to use this as a wedge or a lever to reshape the project. That is not our goal. Our goal is to be able to live with this project. Some of our people like the project a lot. I will tell you, I happen to have been counsel for Unite to Save the Frick, and I know that this project is a much better project, incorporates a lot of David Halperin's ideas. Not all, but many. Our focus here is the construction period. People don't want to have to live with a level of noise unless it is mitigated to the maximum degree feasible. The Frick has denied our request to commit to various things to achieve that, and EIS is the vehicle to accomplish that.
It's a vehicle, okay.
Yes.
A vehicle.
It is a vehicle to accomplish that, and a very good one.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Any more questions?
Any other questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else who is counsel for anyone? Okay, would like to speak. Okay, so now we can.
Community board?
Community. Yeah. Are there
any elected officials?
I don't know if we have elected or community.
Or community board representatives?
Is the community board representative here?
Or civic?
Alita Camp?
In my experience chairing the land use committee, when it presented its application, but as a person and not as the.
Okay, so then.
Okay.
You're
so
just,
not in your
part of the
capacity as a community board member.
Okay,
Great, thank
so
you.
let's begin just with public testimony.
Okay, you can start to line up on the side here, a few at a time. You'll be each given 3 minutes to speak, and please be respectful of the. Respectful, sorry.
Of the 3 minutes. You'll hear a signal that means it's 3 minutes, and you must wrap up within 3 seconds of the 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I'm Martin Kaplan. I live on East 70th Street, 3 blocks down from the Frick.
Quietly, please.
Please.
My wife and I are both frequent visitors of the Frick. I've been going there since I was in college in New York 20 years ago. And I've discussed this with our neighbors, with many people in our building. I'm the vice president of the board at 179 East 70th. And many of us are in favor of this project. I haven't met any in our building who are opposed. The reasons are very clear. Some people in our building are elderly or handicapped, and they'd like to have access to the building, which presently is not really validly available. Secondly, we would love to be able to enter the second floor where the family lived, filled with some of their terrific art, which is not presently available. We would like to see, both of us have been involved in arts education, the opportunity for students on an expanded basis to have dedicated facilities for them, which they do not have. We think people like ourselves would benefit from a cafe, allowing us to take a relaxing break from visiting the terrific art that is there. And also, the access to the second floor is, of course, a key. The other items are obvious. The new auditorium means that it will be easier for us to get tickets to music presentations and lectures given on art at the museum. And the acoustics will be far better than the present room, which, while very attractive, has its detriment in terms of the quality of sound. I'm also struck by the fact that the East Block Association, East 70th Block Association, seems to be the same group, essentially, that opposed the construction over the garden 5 or 6 years ago. That opposition was because it interfered with the beauty of the garden, which, of course, they, as the immediate neighbors, benefited from more than anyone else in New York. After all, Central Park is right across the street. They may have been hoisted by their own petard, because having blocked the garden construction project, they're now faced with a garden project, which, because of the bomb shelter or other buildings, now raises the subject that they wish to raise of noise and dust and cranes. And you know, we all live in New York, and we put up with that all the time. And so I wonder, is the goal simply to prevent any renovation at the Frick, no matter what they say, because that interferes with the pleasantness of their lives? But we at 179th Street put up with noise and construction within our building, down the street with cranes, and if we didn't like that, we'd move back to Newton, Massachusetts, where I moved from 18 years ago, or Scarsdale, or someplace like that. So I think that we have to take this into account as a balancing act of the need for all of us that would love to benefit from a renovated, expanded Frick with better programming and services, and the fact that, yes, neighbors will be inconvenienced, as we all are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
May I present a letter, please?
Absolutely. Hand it to Ms. Matias. Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Peter Blanchard III.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much for letting me share with you my perspectives, both as a trustee of the Frick Collection and as a member of the Frick family. Henry Clay Frick was my great-grandfather. Since childhood, I have had a natural fascination with and reverence for number 1 East 70th Street. I think that everybody in this chamber would admit that a powerful magic works its way on visitors to the collection. Walking through the galleries and family rooms, reveling in paintings and sculpture, one senses a living past, an intimate connection both with lives lived here and with great works of art. A fundamental goal of the Seldorf Plan is to recognize and protect the heritage, the peace and beauty which this site bequeaths. In essence, the proposed enhancement and expansion are necessary to safeguard the past and to serve evolving needs of the museum and its visitors. You've heard from Annabelle and Ian the numerous benefits of the proposed plan. I'm most excited about 3 of them, the last 2 represent, admittedly, changes. The first is that the original Frick home, designed by Carrier and Hastings and modified by John Russell Pope, will be preserved in its entirety. Secondly, access to the second floor of the old house will provide visitors with a view of the family's living quarters, thereby adding to the historic value of the mansion while also expanding its exhibition space. Third, greater integration with the Frick Art Reference Library in the collection will be achieved. The Art Reference Library, which was my great-aunt's pride and joy, will now better dovetail with the collection both structurally and programmatically. The 70th Street Garden, once threatened by earlier plans, has understandably been a source of contention. Annabelle has developed a far-sighted plan which fully protects this garden and also makes it a focal point of the visitor's experience. Be assured, complementing the Fifth Avenue Magnolia Garden, the Russell Page Garden will remain as a green oasis at the heart of a fine museum and a great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Darrow. Dear members of the Board of Standards and Appeals,
Thank you.
I speak in front of you today as a voice of a younger generation for the Frick and as a native New Yorker who grew up on the Upper East Side and has deep local ties to the community. I'm here because I recognize the paramount importance this decision's impact will have for all current and future visitors to this beloved and cherished museum and for the city of New York. Currently, there simply isn't enough space other than the existing galleries for young people to reflect and discuss the collection and exhibitions. I strongly believe that by having more public spaces, such as a cafe, it would encourage more young people to come and learn and be inspired and feel welcomed by a more open footprint. I've always wished there was a space where I could bring my friends for a coffee, or perhaps even invite a date during a visit to the Frick. I also was particularly moved when I learned that currently when student groups show up, there isn't dedicated space for them to convene and even to put their backpacks. I believe that it's critical we invest and expand these educational areas for future student groups to enjoy the Frick and have the best experience we can deliver to them as New Yorkers and human beings. On a personal note, having spent my whole life attending the Frick as a kid with my late father, I trust they are making these necessary changes with the utmost care and respect for the community at large, and I am in full support of these proposed changes. I surely hope that the Board of Standards and Appeals can see what's best for the next generation of future visitors. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of these remarks. I really appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello. Dear Commissioners, my name is Anne Peak.
I am the founder of an arts advisory and programming initiative. Before moving to New York, I was the director of education and public programs at the Musée du Quai Branly Jacques Chirac in Paris. Opened in 2006, this museum has been recognized as a role model in terms of universal accessibility. My mission there was to design policies and programs adapted to all audiences, both within and beyond the museum walls. And throughout my career, I have always worked to make art institutions more attractive, accessible, and inclusive. Since my arrival in New York 3 years ago, I have launched a new educational initiative for a diverse public school in Manhattan, and the Frick Collection generously accepted to participate in this venture. Our goal is to bring art in students' lives and then bring the whole school community, students but also their families, to the museum, often for the very first time. In the context of this program, I have in many occasions accompanied groups of students and teachers led by educators in the Frick galleries. It is always very moving and rewarding to see them so deeply engaged in front of the artworks. However, based on my experience, I believe that the Frick Collection needs to create new spaces dedicated to the public. Such a plan is decisive in order to meet the needs of all visitors, especially those with disabilities, while preserving the atmosphere of the historical galleries, which is very specific to the Frick Collection. For example, new spaces are necessary to welcome school groups in better conditions, offering very basic services like a code check or a gathering area. At the Musée du Quai Branly, we were lucky to have spaces fully dedicated to serve families and school groups, as is the case in most major museums. These new education spaces would also allow the Frick to diversify its programs and offer special activities beyond the galleries themselves. That is key in order to provide a better access and understanding of this amazing collection, not only for students, but for a broader audience. The Frick Collection is internationally renowned, and I believe it has the opportunity today to be at the forefront of what we expect museums to be, that is inclusive, accessible, and welcoming for people of all backgrounds and abilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Tombach, and I work for Sanctuary for Families. I'm going to be reading a letter on behalf of Angelo Rivera, the director for the Economic Empowerment Program at Sanctuary for Families. I am writing this letter in support of the Frick's Collection zoning application before the Board of Standards and Appeals. I am the director of the Economic Empowerment Program at Sanctuary for Families. Sanctuary for Families is New York's leading service provider and advocate for survivors of domestic violence, sex trafficking, and related forms of gender violence. Sanctuary's Economic Empowerment Program is an innovative workforce development program disrupting the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and abuse by providing the hard and soft skills needed for survivors to obtain career track employment within the living wage economy. Since spring 2017, EEP has partnered with the Frick Collection in a number of ways. In addition to both hosting interns from the program and even hiring some of our graduates, the Frick has informed our programming in exciting ways. As part of EEP's civics curriculum, a core part of our 4-month in-house training program, educators from the Frick come to Sanctuary's offices to deliver art history classes in advance of a guided tour of the collection. Our clients are often among the most marginalized and isolated in our communities, with over half being immigrants, 40% living in shelter, the vast majority being women of color, and all survivors of gender-based violence. This component of our civic education, bolstered by our partnership with the Frick, allows us to provide an introduction to reintroduction to the cultural offerings of New York City, an important tool in catalyzing a sense of empowerment, renewal, and community among our clients. With their planned expansion, the Frick will be a better place to provide more community education at their location. A new dedicated education study center will maximize their capacity to conduct education and trainings, and will provide a stimulating space for our clients, among others, to start their experience with the collection. To us, it is clear that the Frick's focus on community education and accessibility isn't about giving back, it's about inviting people in. Providing a space to access, interpret, and appreciate the works in the collection has a transformative impact in communicating a sense of shared civic responsibility and shared ownership of our collective culture among our clients. We are grateful that the Frick's doors remain open to our clients at a time when many feel closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
afternoon. I am Jen Leventhal, Chief of Staff of the Whitney Museum. I am here on behalf of the Director of the Whitney, Adam Weinberg, who regrets not being here today in person. He has followed the project every step of the way and has reviewed the plans carefully and believes it to be exceedingly sensitive and thoughtful. I will be reading a letter that he has written which outlines his support more thoroughly. I write this letter in support of the Frick Collection's application for zoning waivers in connection with their expansion and renovation project. The Frick Collection is a special space in our city, indeed internationally, for unparalleled examples of fine and decorative arts, as well as a premier example of a Gilded Age residence. Their expansion project will provide critically needed facilities for the museum's exhibition, education, and conservation programs, which will enable them to better serve their growing audiences. Every museum has a unique mission, reflected through their collections, programs, and physical plans. The Frick's plans will enable it to fulfill its obligation to its mission and institutional vision with new program spaces that are appropriate to the Frick's size and the ability to display and preserve the collection established by Henry Clay Frick. The proposed expansion is paramount and will ensure the excellence of its permanent collection, as well as enabling other critical offerings, special exhibitions, educational program, public programs, and lectures. The plan will also make the museum more accessible to visitors for varying physical needs. Among the most vexing problems for any museum is having enough space and also being able to show works in an appropriately scaled setting. Small objects, such as clocks and medals, would disappear in large galleries with high ceilings, while these same large galleries on the first floor of the Frick are perfect for displaying full-length portraits. By opening up the smaller scale rooms of Henry Clay Frick's former family living quarters as galleries, the Frick will be able to appropriately show more of its collection to the public, especially smaller sculptures, porcelains, and works on paper. In the same vein, the Frick is planning to create a larger and better space for temporary exhibitions on the first floor. Currently, temporary exhibitions displace displays of its permanent collection, disrupting one of its greatest strengths, exhibitions of Western art that highlight specific artists or themes from its original holdings. By creating new temporary exhibition space adjacent to where the permanent collection is shown, visitors will be able to seamlessly move between the galleries, drawing connections between the two. When the Whitney Museum designs its new building, two priorities were also the creation of conservation and education centers, components the Frick is also emphasizing. Conservation is critical to ensure the longevity and care of the museum's collection, and dedicated educational space is one of the most essential features of every 21st century cultural institution. When the Whitney designs its new building, the conservation studio was enlarged to 6 times its previous size and located so that it would be visible from the street, highlighting its importance to the entire museum. The Frick will create a studio almost 5 times the size of their present one, with running water, modern ventilation, and located to capture the northern light essential for objects conservation, which will demonstrate the centrality of conservation to the institution. The Frick's expansion will also build a dedicated education space for the first time in the museum's history. Do you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Okay. we can take the letter and put it into.
Yes, but I also have a question for you. So after you hand in the letter, so because you need to be near the mic when you speak. So did you say you're a program director?
No, I'm chief of staff.
Chief of staff.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether this is something that you could answer, but you just talked about the conservation center at the Whitney being located at windows to face the street.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Are there other spaces? It's a huge building. I don't know if I've ever been in the cellar. Are there any program spaces where there are no windows in the Whitney?
Not that I can think of. I mean, even our theater has windows, full-length windows out onto the West Side Highway and facing the water and the Hudson. All of our education spaces maintain natural light and pretty significant windows. I mean, that is a huge component of the Whitney design overall. Even most of our offices for staff, for the health of our staff, and having a positive work experience have light and windows. Conservation, what other, our Works on Paper Study Center has light, and that was a priority to preserve natural light throughout.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Jasper, and I've been a docent at the Frick for 10 years. Our superb art collection and museum are terribly cramped for space. In past years, we had enough room to display almost everything we owned, but no longer. To make room when we have an exhibition, you've heard how we must move art from our permanent collection into storage. This deprives many visitors of seeing some of our most famous paintings. Since 1935, our collection has doubled, yet only one slim gallery has been added in all that time. The current plan will redress that problem. Secondly, people are often turned away from Frick concerts and lectures, many of which are free, because the auditorium holds so few people. It used to hold 175 people, but updated fire safety regulations mean we can only offer 147 seats. Therefore, between 15 and 20% of people are shut out at every event. Wheelchair visitors must come in through the old servants' entrance and be maneuvered onto one of our two very small, very old elevators. It's the only way they can get to the museum floor. But if you're in a larger size wheelchair, you're out of luck because it can't fit into the elevator at all, so you can't come to the Frick. Lastly, we have only one wheelchair accessible bathroom. It's all the way in the back of the building, and in very cold weather, the pipes often freeze, so it can't be used at all. There are only 3 stalls in the ladies' room, which is in the basement, and if we're crowded, the line goes out of the bathroom, into the vestibule, and up the steps. Our mandate is to serve the public well, but absent approving our building plans, we are, alas, precluded from doing the very thing for which we exist. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Cash. It's been my privilege to be a docent at the Frick Collection for the last 4 years. Every tour, I receive a myriad of questions, but the 3 most frequently asked stand out because, unfortunately, my answer is no, it's not possible. The first being, when visitors gaze up the grand staircase to the 2nd floor, they ask, may we go up, see the space where Mr. Frick lived with his family, the decoration and artwork, have a chance to walk up that spectacular staircase and view the organ close up? And I must say, no, visitors are not allowed on the 2nd floor. Secondly, invariably after every talk I'm asked, is there more to the collection than what's on display? Is there more artwork in storage, and will it ever go on view? And my answer, there is more to Mr. Frick's original bequest and later acquisitions, but because our space is limited, there is artwork that will rarely see the light of day. And finally, often I'm asked about the availability of our public and education programs. Concerts can be sold out weeks in advance and visitors turned away from lectures and seminars. There is a marked disappointment to learn that because these programs are in a small space, signing up weeks in advance is a necessity. So with this proposed expansion, these questions will be answered yes. I can say yes to seeing the 2nd floor, yes to viewing more of the, to see more of the collection on view, and yes to serving more of the public with our concerts and education programs. New York City residents and our visitors from around the world come to the Frick not only for the art on its walls, but to spend a day in an atmosphere of intimacy, contemplation, and exploration. With this renovation and expansion, we will be able to share more, much, much more, of what makes the Frick one of the most beloved cultural institutions in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Lunka. I'm a resident and of East 70th Street, and I'm also a banker. And my comments today are really from the perspective of both being a resident, but from a business perspective. Certainly, I understand the Frick's institutional needs for renovation, education, and ADA access, and that is certainly something that one can't debate. I feel that they can be met without requesting nearly 10 zoning variances. As a result of all the zoning variances, the scale of the Frick is excessive in sheer size, over 10,000 square feet of above-grade building, but almost more importantly, bulky in size. The dense massing above the music room measures 77 feet high and 45 wide, and the dense passageway is windowless, and to me, it doesn't seem to be justified for its purpose, which is primarily administrative use. So I'm going to focus on administrative space for the rest of my comments. The significant square footage, in my view, is not forward-looking in industry, and certainly not in New York. My reaction is it is nice versus need. It is wish list. It is going against the grain of future office development. It seems to be a luxury for staff. Efficient office space is the trend. Think of the WeWork model. Many offices just have swing desks that allow people who are traveling to hook up their computer and work. As I understand, many of the curators actually do travel very significantly. So I think dedicating nearly an entire wing of the second floor is excessive. I don't think it's cost effective from just a budget perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we need to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, it's just, we sit here for a long time, as you know, but it's, yeah, it's a task. I think everyone could use a stand-up break, like in Japan, they make everyone stand up and do calisthenics.
Sorry.
It's funny. I just got upset with them, but they were saying go for a walk. Or like, and it's giving me these kind of funny warnings. I'm all of a sudden getting these like shocks.
So we're back on the record, ladies and gentlemen. Give us 1 minute.
Excuse us if we eat candy bars while you're watching.
Okay, we're back on the record for the public hearing for March 20th, 2019. This is the Frick application. Please continue. Please testimony.
Yes, dear Commissioners, my name is Margaret Holden Ellis, and I am here today in my capacity as President of the American Institute for Conservation, the leading membership association of conservators and allied professionals who preserve cultural heritage materials. The AIC represents more than 3,500 individuals in more than 40 countries around the world, working in the domains of science, art, and history through treatment, research, collections care, education, and more. Our members share one goal: to preserve movable and immovable cultural heritage so we can learn from it today and into the future. I will confine my observations to those aspects of the Frick Collections expansion plan that I believe meaningfully advance the above stated goal. In general, I can attest that the proposed renovation, reallocation, and enhancement of spaces dedicated to collections care and conservation will uphold the standard of best practice in cultural heritage preservation, a measure of excellence that continually challenges all institutions holding cultural heritage in public trust. Today, I will describe 3 aspects of the expansion plan that highlight and will bolster the Frick Collection's strong record of commitment to collection stewardship. They are collections care, conservation, health, and safety. Collections care. Under the rubric of preventive conservation, the plan sets out practical provisions that will improve overall as well as local environmental conditions, streamline circuitous and multi-purpose in-house transit routes, upgrade and design new storage facilities for long-term preservation of collections, centrally locate exhibition preparation spaces, and add state-of-the-art display option. The plan also provides effective tools for implementing focused risk assessment and reduction, better directed disaster preparedness and response strategies, and a robust and responsive collections management policy. Conservation. The Frick Collection has a long-standing record of achieving the highest standards of conservation for its collections. The plan will allow the current, highly qualified and professionally active conservators to refine and develop their treatment, documentation, and research activities through the provision of appropriate facilities. At present, the conservation facilities occupy non-purpose-built, adapted spaces. They lack many modern amenities, and the labs in accessibility and small size severely limit the types of objects that can be accessed and treated. The new conservation lab will have dedicated workspace, state-of-the-art equipment, and the necessary amenities to provide the highest caliber of care that the irreplaceable furniture, sculpture, and decorative art objects deserve. It's important not to overlook the specialty conservation and digital imaging labs of the renowned Frick Art Reference Library. That conservation team is responsible not only for the library's special collections, but also for their works of art in general, including drawings and prints such as artists by...
I'm sorry.
That was 3 minutes.
Please wrap up.
Wrap up.
3 minutes. Wrap up your comments
Okay.
quickly.
Thank you. And the third one is health and safety. Individuals should consider their own health and safety to be equally as important as the health and safety of the collections in the care. The plan will provide for the provision of easily accessed health and safety provisions. Thank you for allowing me to share my...
You can hand us the written testimony, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
So this is, your specialty is the subject of conservation?
Yes,
of,
I am a conservator.
Okay. So, and does that mean you have been actually working as a conservator on the actual objects?
Yes, I am a practicing paper conservator, until recently director of conservation at the Morgan Library. I am now a professor of conservation at the Institute of Fine Arts on 78th Street.
Okay. So you mentioned that the conservation labs need to have certain kinds of amenities and workspaces.
Correct.
Can you talk a little more about what that is?
Yes. As I have reviewed the plan for the new lab, I've noticed that there's a space increase, so that there's more space.
No, what I mean is generally. So in your experience as a conservator,
yes,
what kinds of things do you think of as being essential to the operation of a conservation lab?
Yes, okay. Adequate space, adequate health and safety provisions, adequate personal protection, adequate light, adequate air quality, adequate security for the art objects being treated, safe transport throughout the building. And then we also have to consider collections care, not necessarily in the conservation lab, but throughout the entire plant, which means unimpeded corridors, good light, good security, separation of food, restaurant associates, activities, all those things. And then within the storage spaces, you have the same concerns: security, air quality, temperature, relative humidity, easy access, adequate light, adequate transport.
Okay, so when you're working on paper objects, is there a special requirement for light, for natural light, for instance, when you're working on paper?
Paper is especially, light is especially important for paper because, as you can appreciate, there are many colors of white, and it's a very difficult color to color match. You need very good, preferably northern light, but full spectrum daylight.
And normally, is that done with daylight, or is that done with artificial lighting?
Daylight is always preferable. I know of very few paper conservation labs not having daylight. Generally, all conservation labs for all types of works of art have natural daylight. Because it's not only the color balance, it's also the direction.
Okay, so it needs to be north light.
North light is best because it's ambient light and it's cool, yeah, as you know.
Okay, great. Any other questions for the conservator? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Samuels, and I'm a resident of East 70th Street and president of 470 Owners Corp. I am also testifying now for the East 70th Street Block Association. As our counsel Steve Cass stated earlier, the association opposes the requested variances because the proposed project will have significant environmental impacts during its prolonged construction period. A targeted EIS should be required and mitigation measures must be considered. And I would add that in response, I would confirm Steve Cass's response to the chair on our overall position. He was accurate in describing it.
That you don't have any particular outcome that you're looking for?
We're focused on the targeted EIS. As you said, The Frick has incorporated a number of the Halpern plans, and I was involved in that, and we're very pleased about that. Could they do better? Yes, but we're not opposed to their overall plan. But we are focused on the construction period. The construction period will be beyond 2 years. It will generate high noise levels and air emissions that will have a real and substantial impact on the neighbors. These adverse effects can destroy the ability to enjoy one's home and neighborhood. These environmental impacts during construction will not be momentary. They will be sustained and can adversely affect the well-being of the neighbors. And we're particularly concerned about the demolition of the bomb shelter. An environmental review process is essential to understand the construction impacts and to evaluate mitigation measures. As Steve Cass mentioned, the Frick has, and we have had some discussions, and we've suggested construction mitigation measures. The Frick has said they're reasonable, but they refuse to agree. Also, we asked the Frick for modeling used in the EAS for predicting noise levels. Unfortunately, these details have not been forthcoming. In considering the Frick's latest proposal, I think it's very important to recall the Frick's prior assertions that have turned out not to be true. What is critical for the BSA to keep in mind now is that almost 5 years ago, the Frick said over and over that the now abandoned tower was the only way it could meet its objectives and needs. Today, and I regret that I have to say this, I think today the Frick spin echoes the misleading 2014 talking points that I heard many times. The BSA should require a targeted EIS for the protracted construction period and a full and careful review of possible mitigation measures. I am a member of the Frick. I love the Frick. I believe a targeted EIS is necessary.
Thank you.
Perfect timing.
Next speaker, please.
Want to give me that testimony, sir? You want to give her testimony?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Deborah Davis. I'm a resident of the Upper East Side. I personally am a huge advocate of ADA, of education, of accessibility and rehabilitation. There's no way I could say anything against any of those areas, and I think it's an important part of our museums to support those goals and to be of civic service. Where I have a challenge with the proposal that's put out today is that I've seen no evidence really that other alternatives have really been explored. For example, it's well known that the Frick has very public plans to take over the remaining 3-year lease on the Met. So if it's an issue of space and accessibility, well, there are other options out there. If it's acceptable to the Frick for 3 years, why couldn't it be acceptable for longer? From the start, the intent of the Frick has been to be a house museum, but current leadership is focused on, well, turning it into what sounds like a mini Met, bigger is better type mentality. If that's their objective, then maybe they need to think about doing that in a separate space from that house. My daughter goes to school on the Upper East Side in Manhattan, and she gets bused to a different facility for her gym, and that's fine. So why not for books and other paintings? So there comes a point in every building's history where, for practical purposes, nothing should be added. The past edition of the reference library and pavilion were done respectfully and appropriately in terms of the spirit of the architecture. But now, with the exception of below-grade construction and possible addition of the rear of the library where there's an exposed fire escape, there's nowhere else to go. We respectfully ask the BSA not to grant the variances today that the Frick is requesting and to take a closer look at the alternatives, because once you grant those variances, you can't take them back. So if we ask them to do more due diligence and come up with other plans, other options, I work remotely every day of my career. Let's explore some of those types of options. So I truly believe there are multiple ways for the Frick to meet their goals without the needs of these variances, or at least to substantiate the need for these variances on a greater level, or show different options, especially if the goal of the Frick is, as they state, to remain a house museum experience on their website. Thank you.
Next speaker, come on.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and board members. I'm a resident.
Do you want to, excuse me, ma'am, do you want to?
Hold the mic down.
Okay, should I start again?
Thank you.
I'm a resident of the neighborhood, and I've been a member of the Frick for over 10 years.
Could you restate your name?
Linda Jesselson. I've been a member of the Frick for over 10 years and avid art museum attender. From the renderings, it appears the variances are excessive. But it was particularly evident to me when I saw the 3D models provided. They gave me a better perspective, and the structures did in fact seem overly excessive. I'm actually saddened to see the incredible patina roofing that will be covered by the new structure. I don't know, I mean, those roofs are extraordinary. In addition, there are windows that will be hidden and removed by the new extension. They're just going to be covered.
Don't think so.
Are they windows? I'm sorry. Are they windows?
They are parallel windows on the Frick. Yeah, you can look at the structure and you'll see.
I don't think there are any windows being covered.
The structure butts up against it. I don't see how it won't happen.
Are you referring to the structure that would be next to the library?
Yes.
It doesn't abut up against it.
Okay.
There's a
There'll be-
20-foot separation between
Okay.
the new structure and the library.
Okay, that's exciting to hear. The issues that are being addressed are office space, improving accessibility, interior mobility, and educational facilities. I encourage these improvements, but with caveats. For example, the music room, it serves as an invaluable music chamber, which includes a gallery, and it affords listeners and viewers an incredible quality and experience. This will all be destroyed, and there's no real substitute for this. The space was designed by John Russell Pope, who's also known for designing the Jefferson Memorial. Can you imagine adding a cafe or an extension to enable more visitors and allow coffee for on-site? Instead, an alternative exists. There's an incredible coffee shop on the corner of Madison visitors could frequent. Addressing storage needs, office space, and educational facilities could easily be met in adjacent neighborhood space, or currently the Frick has leased space at the Met Breuer. I don't think you were clear on that before, but it's
we
maybe.
were aware of that.
Okay, so my thought is continue to use that. It'll give great educational space, incredible storage, and there will be windows. I know it does have windows. I've seen them from inside and out.
So you're suggesting that the Frick move into the Met Breuer?
I'm suggesting the two areas that I mentioned, educational and storage and office space, be moved over there, not the other. I think it's a super idea. Moreover, just to summarize, I also have a tremendous environmental concern. There's a playground right across the street from the Frick. No one can assure us that the environmental issues such as asbestos will be contained, and I think it's a huge threat. So I think that needs to be really looked at too.
Just so everyone knows, it's illegal not to contain asbestos.
I'm not talking about legality.
No, I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
I'm just saying for the record, it's illegal not to contain asbestos, and so there are very, very strict working requirements about asbestos on every project, I dare say, in the United States. So we don't have to have a back and forth. I'm just saying that for the record.
Right. I just think that accidents occur.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is May Ho, and I'm here to represent the neighbors from the Upper East Side. I'm a longtime Upper East Side resident with my husband and 3 children. While I understand the desire for the Frick collection to expand, we have to balance that need to honor Mr. Henry Frick's vision, maintain tradition, and keep the museum financially affordable to the public. I believe that this proposal exceeds the actual need of the museum. As I understand it, Mr. Frick's vision was to share his collection and love of art with the public in his home. He wanted to have as many visitors as possible to his home, and it was a sign of pride for him to view his collection. He did not intend his home to be turned into an office space, nor a rental space, nor a mega museum for other collection. This was not his vision. The expansion plan would destroy some of its historical and landmark nature. It would be yet another example in the city of extreme commercializations that goes against the intended intimacy that defines the Frick. Extra office space overlooking Central Park is a bit excessive. Office space can be built underground without compromising the footprint of the actual museum and without destroying the John Russell Pope designed music room, which is an icon of New York City's cultural and civic memory. Lastly, the large-scale renovation will almost certainly lead to a large increase in admission prices, as noted in the proposal to help finance the construction. The fact that the proposal doesn't say by how much it will increase is a telling sign. According to Mr. Wardropper, the museum is not aiming to bump attendance. So by my quick, conservative math, it seems like admission costs would at least need to go up by 20%, close to $30, for an adult to offset the interest costs, which would then be cost prohibitive. To the public, Mr. Frick left the museum. For those living on a budget, those living in the city as well as tourists. Perhaps maybe to modify costs, couldn't the conservation be done off-site? Sounds a lot easier than multiple elevators transfers. There are other alternative proposals that would honor Mr. Frick's vision, uphold the tradition, and keep the museum financially affordable to the public. It's more important than ever to honor tradition in today's rapidly changing world. We know that this is not what Mr. Henry Frick would have wanted. Please do the right thing. Let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sharice Bullock Bailey. I'm the Chief Strategist and Partnership Officer at the Ghetto Film School. The Ghetto Film School has been partnered with the Frick Collection since 2015 to offer over 4,000 young artists from all 5 boroughs access at no cost to the Frick Museum and Frick Collection, but not only that, to also create a customized curation and artistic experience for our students who are studying to be film artists. I'm standing here today on behalf of our CEO, on behalf of our founder, and most importantly, the over 4,000 young artists, 14 through 34 years old, who get a chance to come into the doors of the Frick Collection every Monday for 3 months when it's closed to the public to learn about the collection, Henry Frick Clay, and also the amazing, amazing resources that are right in their backyard. So I just want to share a note about the power of unlikely partnerships. It was thought very unlikely that a film school from the South Bronx could get young people interested in everything going on at the Frick Collection. What they shared in common is a love for the arts, a love for storytelling. And with that passion and with that dedication, the Frick Collection has opened their doors at the most generous level to our students. We have, in the past 4 years, created 4 films that have premiered to over 1,000 New Yorkers and celebrated the storytelling abilities of young people from all over the city. We have been able to prove that you can make something that feels private feel very public. And for that very core reason, we are so honored to deeply support the plans for expansion and support our partners at the Frick Collection. I wanted to share one final note in regards to the idea of moving beyond access. It would be very easy for our partners at the Frick to say, welcome, we give you a free membership, which they do. It'd be really generous for them to create a unique 12-week curriculum where each of the curatorial staff voluntarily gives up their Mondays when the museum is closed to teach our students the art of storytelling and make that connection to the curatorial focus of the collection. but it is really their dedicated belief in the growth of young people, not only on the Upper East Side, but in all of the boroughs, to take full advantage of the Frick Collection. And our mission to educate, develop, and celebrate those young filmmakers is at the forefront of our support for their plans and expansion. And I'll just add a final note. As a New Yorker, growing up in Brooklyn, commuting to the Upper East Side to go to the Brearley School, when I first encountered the Frick Collection, I thought it was highly unusual and unlikely for a girl like me to learn about such a great institution. We want to guarantee that access, that exposure, and that growth for all 4,000 of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Rubin. I am the owner of 19 East 71st Street. I'm also speaking on behalf of the owners of 16 East 71st Street. And while I love the arts and I love museums, and I do love the Frick Museum, I am vehemently opposed to this project for the reason that while institutional necessity dictates that they do need to undertake a bunch of renovations, HVAC systems, floors that are unusable, these are all things that should be remedied. ADA access, that should be remedied. However, what this is a vanity project under the guise of institutional necessity. Because nowhere is it institutionally necessitated that the museum director needs an office with sweeping views of Central Park, and other people do. This is not necessary. A cafe for a small museum is not necessary.
Can you please address the board?
I am sorry. This is a small museum. We've heard all about how much care is taken with all the pieces there, about the art reference library, about the need for light and air and things like that, and you want to bring a cafe into this. Oh, well, my friends can't have a coffee while we look at this. You're in New York City. You can get coffee anywhere. You're across from Central Park. You want to talk about things, go on the street and go talk about it. This is a museum. It has a specific set bunch of bounds here, all right? Even the Metropolitan Museum of Art can't house everything in its giant building. It has expansion buildings, okay? Also, the height of this expansion will significantly impact neighbors, their light, their air. I just don't see how this is necessary. Also, it's a public hearing. I'm in the hallway. I didn't see all the slides here, but is any of the height requirements for the elevator motor room?
Like the bulkhead on
Yes.
top of the roof, it's actually not included in the height of a building.
Okay, because that's unnecessary. They make these things called hydraulic elevators. So I don't know why.
Oh, so you're suggesting that the overrun represented on the.
I don't think there's a need for it.
Okay,
that's a different thing, right?
All this stuff, it really comes down to me to a vanity project. And I really hope, I'm sorry that LPC failed the public in this matter and dumped it on you, but I really hope that you reject this and really send a message that institutional necessity is something that the public supports. Vanity projects, they do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you, though. You just said that even the Metropolitan Museum expands into other buildings. So Guggenheim expands into other buildings, and
Right.
Whitney actually had an approved plan to expand into other buildings. So why is the Frick different than all of those many other museums? I only named a few.
Well, because those museums aren't seeking all these variances and
No, they did actually. The Met actually it has a different situation.
Right.
It doesn't need those kind of waivers, needs different kinds of waivers. But the Guggenheim, the Whitney, and many, Studio Museum, many others had come.
Are any of these historically landmark mansions?
The Whitney, Guggenheim.
Right, but historically landmark mansion that's 100 years old. I mean, they're different entities. It's like when they put up the thing here and they said, comparing the height variance between a 100-year-old mansion and a mid-century high-rise. It's disingenuous. It's ridiculous.
No, so the Guggenheim, of course, designed by one of the greatest architects, American architects, the Breuer, Met Breuer similarly, so constrained by exactly the same sort of situation, right? Very, very important landmark structures that can't be touched, and only really one place where you could put an addition. So, but they needed to expand.
Right.
So if it's okay for them to expand, I'm not understanding why it's not okay for the Frick to expand.
I believe the institutional necessities that they've outlined in their plan, just like other people have brought up, the plan that they put forth addresses those and then some. I'm surprised they didn't ask for a helipad, too. I mean, they're asking for things they don't need, and they've altered the project in such a state that the things that they want, I mean, want and need are two different words. Maybe the Art Reference Library doesn't have a dictionary in it, but they're two different words. So their wants and their needs are being jumbled together.
Okay.
I don't care about their wants, I care about their needs, and that's what I hope that you care about, because their needs can be addressed in their current building with very little alteration to the superstructure of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alita Camp. Thank you for your time. This testimony is based on my experience chairing the Land Use Committee of CB8 when the Frick presented its variance application. I believe the Frick allowed CB8 to believe that ADA accessibility is tied to variance approval and that this uncorrected board misunderstanding substantially contributed to the board taking no position. Several board members told me that they believe the Frick allowed the issues of variance approval and accessibility to be mingled and confused. Should honesty count? I believe it should, because to find otherwise would render the Frick's required appearance before the board a sham. No one would deny that the Frick is a special museum, unique in New York, and that it needs space. But need for space is not the same as need for variances. In my opinion, the BSA, in any event, should deny the Frick's application because the Frick, a not-for-profit, does not meet the requirements of the 4 relevant essential findings found in Section 7221, all of which must be supported with substantial evidence. The Frick has not established that it could not meet its needs without these variances, that the variances will not affect neighborhood character, or that the buildings where the variance is to be granted would not add bulk. There is no unique physical condition peculiar to and inherent in the zoning lot. The Frick said that the impeding physical condition is the presence of an existing landmark building. This is not unusual in the Upper East Side. There are no boulders or streams or other natural obstacles, nor any of the criteria cited on the BSA FAQ page. There will be a significant impact on neighborhood character. The landmark site in a historic district is part of the defining neighborhood character and one of the very things that makes this a special and loved museum. The proposed expansion will affect the essential neighborhood character by its bulk and its inappropriateness and by extinguishing the nature of the Frick as a house museum. The proposal is for enlargements that are out of scale in proportion to these existing buildings. They will damage the relationship between the house and the library. The proposal adds bulk to the rear of the library, over the music room, and over the entry pavilion. This added bulk will be detrimental to the interior architecture and the exterior design. The juxtapositions of modern design against classical are harsh and jarring. This is not the minimum variance to afford relief. Alternatives to the Frick's plan would allow its needs to be met while conforming to the zoning resolution. The Frick failed to address underground and nearby space, and I know that you asked questions about that earlier. Does it matter if students over age 10 sit in an underground area for a few hours of education? We all attended lecture classes in windowless rooms. The Frick's need to expand should not be confused with whether it should be granted the variances. I urge the BSA to consider the spirit of the zoning resolution, the impacts of the expansion sought on the museum, the site, and the neighborhood, and require the Frick to establish that there is no alternative to the contemplated expansion before granting any of the requested variances. The proposed variances will likely forever alter the Frick. Special care must be taken by the BSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Barry Schneider, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Although I am Chairman Emeritus of Manhattan Community Board 8, I speak today as a private citizen and a lifelong resident of the Upper East Side. I'm here today in support of the application by the Frick Collection to enlarge the museum and art reference library. Having followed very carefully the presentation made to the Community Board in November, and on March 7th, having had a tour of the museum and library organized by the Community Board and led by a Frick docent, I greatly appreciate the diligence that went into the plan before you. The Frick, being mindful of the fabric of the original building, has presented a solution that meets the current and future needs of the institution while being incredibly attentive to the concerns of the community. The result is a plan that has minimal impact on the neighbors while responding to the inevitable requirement to join the cultural world of the 21st century. I applaud the sensitive solution the Frick has presented, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts this afternoon. Thank you. One more point. Spring begins in less than 2 hours.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill Usden. The Frick describes the music room as a space that conveys the atmosphere of a private salon. I have trouble thinking of any other place like this in New York City. As a musician, I believe that demolishing this room would leave us with a terrible loss. Part of what makes the Frick so special is the intimate nature of the entire space. Right now, the Frick is a peaceful oasis in the middle of the chaos of New York City. To allow the expansion of the Frick as proposed would mean the end of a space that is truly unique among the museums of New York. I love the Frick because it is such a tranquil and beautiful space, and I want to see it thriving. Therefore, I think there is a way to come up with another alternative for the development of the Frick so that the public can continue to enjoy this beautiful institution while keeping the integrity of the space as it was meant to be shared with those who encounter it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Berger. I'm a Broadway producer and a classically trained singer and musician. My family has a long history with the preservation and the advocacy of the arts. I've lived in the neighborhood for decades. I want to say foremost that I love the Frick. As a child growing up in New York City, my parents took me to all the museums, large and small. I spent hours wandering through the countless rooms and the galleries at the Met, the Guggenheim, the Whitney. But I have to say, my most pleasant memories are those that I've spent in the intimacy and the tranquility of the Frick collection. I have to say it is my favorite museum in New York City. It is a unique experience and actually is my favorite museum. I want the Frick to meet their educational and ADA compliance needs, but not the way that it's being presented today. The project, as currently presented, is massive, but could easily be adjusted to eliminate zoning variances while providing adequate expansion space to meet the goals of the Frick. The proposed addition diminishes the mansion and is not in keeping with the beautiful home museum it was designed to be. The Frick needs to come back with a plan incorporating the alternatives and solutions which have been suggested by professionals and flatly rejected. I think the Frick is looking for something that is shiny and not necessarily what is needed, but what they would like to have and what they envision having, and that is something that is shiny. Alternative plans which do not destroy the mansion but rather enhance the beautiful home museum needs to be revisited. There is no need to demolish the world-famous music room for gallery space, as it has already been purposed for a gallery. The integrity of the Frick must be retained, maintaining the intention of Henry Frick for his home to be a collection and not a commercial museum. With an anticipated extended construction period of at least 2 years, and I think that's being conservative, it is imperative that an environmental study is made to be certain that the air quality will remain safe. We have seen the devastating continuing results from the effects of 9/11. Until these issues can be reconciled, I respectfully request that the BSA oppose the requests for the Frick's variances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Judith Schneider, and I'm a frequent visitor to the Frick Museum. I've come to express my support for the current plan before you today, which I think blends in with the neighborhood and the community surrounding it. I know we are here to address the findings of this application. To me, the changes and expansion are minimal and necessary, and sensitive, and are in keeping with the original building. As a member of the community, I have gone to hours of presentations and the museum has listened to many of the voices in the community in coming up with the current plan. At the Community Board 8 meetings in the previous plan, the garden was removed, and now it's an integral part of the plan. Bravo, Frick, for listening to the community. At the Community Board 8 meetings, many of the comments from members of the public would freeze the institution in 1935. Now, more than 80 years later, the museum's mission must confront the reality of the 21st century. In the cultural capital of the world, we must realize that even the current institution would not be in conformance with the current zoning that came much later than the Frick. The one and only Frick collection serves a worldwide community dramatically larger than when it opened. If the museum fails to adapt the interior as well as the exterior, it will perish. The current proposal is modest in scope and preserves the vision of Henry Clay Frick. Again, I personally view the exterior changes to blend in with the community. I would be more than happy to be living on 70th or 71st Street when the museum is complete, or even during the construction, knowing what I was getting when it was complete. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Catherine, and I'm 10 years old.
Catherine, what's your last name?
McBride. One reason that I believe you should not approve the variances is because my 7-year-old sister will not be able to experience it for another 3 years if you approve this plan. When she is permitted, she will not be able to see how Henry Clay Frick would have intended the museum to be. I think there must be another way to display more artwork.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer McBride, and I'm having mommy pride right now. So you just witnessed my daughter participate in her first public hearing, which I think is very impressionable for a 10-year-old, no matter what side you're on. So thank you for giving her that opportunity. I recently heard someone say that art in a museum extends beyond its walls, and I believe that is true when talking about the Frick. The Frick experience starts when you approach the building with its deep setbacks. It is an unusual experience in the city. I know every nook of this building. I have spent my entire life looking at its beauty. When I was 15, my father gave me his Nikon F, and my afternoons were spent studying the archways, columns, cherubim friezes, scalloped borders. It goes on and on, capturing the sun as it casts different light and shadows across the building. And I remember my art teacher looking at my photos and saying, "Where is that?" And I very proudly could say, "The Frick." Like many people here today, and the people who actually were here opposing that had to leave because of work commitments, I care so deeply about the Frick that I've spent a tremendous amount of time and energy thinking about what is right and trying to understand the variances that the Frick is asking for. But no matter how I replay it, it just never adds up. I know that an alternative exists. Mr. Wardropper talked about keeping the staff together because of a sense of community. I worked in an environment where we actually moved our IT staff and administrative staff off-site. It did not break the sense of community or the culture of our agency. I know that it can be done harmoniously and without loss of productivity. These are modern practices of today's businesses. It's not theoretical. Even after hearing their testimony, I continue to struggle to understand why the Frick wants to destroy the music room in favor of meeting rooms and administrative offices. Why do they need to add above-grade bulk for a retail shop and a cafe? From what I've heard and seen, there are alternatives that have been presented that preserve the Frick as it stands today and still gives them the circulation and the programmatic needs that they want. I'm encouraged when I remind myself that the Frick does have a history of revising work until it's done right. Daniel Burnham's drawing of the Frick was rejected because he drew the building to the edge of the property, and it wasn't until Thomas Hastings' scheme that set the building way back from the road to appreciate the air and light that a plan was accepted. This is what Frick wanted for his house, and why today you have this beautiful building that can breathe. But the variances that the Frick is asking for threatens this light and air, which was so thoughtfully created, and variances seem entirely unnecessary for the Frick to achieve what they want. Going back to the drawing board increases the chance you'll get it right. I know how much craft and how much time and effort Ms. Seldorf has poured into this project. But I would ask that we look again to see if there really is a need for these hardship variances. On balance, it seems that there are alternatives. I would respectfully ask the board to please not approve the variances that the Frick is requesting today in favor of reviewing alternative plans.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to submit a letter on behalf of Chris McBride, who would have father envy if he didn't have to leave.
Understood. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Rose Daly, and I am the Community Relations Manager at the Frick. I do not wish to make a statement, but I have brought with me 10 copies of 74 letters of support that we have received. And earlier today, you heard a representative of the Whitney read a letter from from the executive director of that museum. There were also representatives from the Guggenheim and from the Jewish Museum who were here to read letters from their directors, but unfortunately they did have to leave. However, in these packets, you will also find letters from Thelma Golden, the director of the Studio Museum in Harlem, Andrea Woodner, the founder of the Design Trust for Public Space, Rebecca Robertson, founding president and executive producer of the Park Avenue Armory, as well as Martin Gregorian, president of the Carnegie Corporation of New York. And there are also many letters from our colleagues in the field of conservation, library science, and education, who work at various distinguished institutions in New York, such as the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Trinity College Library in Dublin, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the Brooklyn Museum, and the Studio in the School, as well as Hunter College, not to mention the many letters which have been written by our members and members of the general public, all of whom have written often in great detail about how our new spaces would improve our ability to carry out our mission as a library and as a museum. I have had the enjoyable duty of reading all of these letters, and I have found it very heartening that so many people would take so much time to write and share their individual experience and expertise about our plan. And so I'm happy to leave them with you today, and I hope that they give you as much pleasure reading them as they gave me. Thank you.
I just want to note that we have a lot of letters from the institutions and from others, and we have read them. So these may be duplicates, so we're not sure.
That's okay, but
Thank
it's
you.
good reading.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any additional speakers?
Hello, my name is Esper. I expect to be here.
I'm sorry, say your name again.
Esper Esperanza Makatay, Asian from the Philippines. When I came from the Philippines, I was just so amazed about the museums here. Of course, there's the Met, the MoMA, and the Guggenheim. I said, whoa. I went to the Frick Museum, became my home. It's so serene, it's so personal. And then all of a sudden, I heard that they're going to renovate it. I said, for what? I said, it's a beautiful, beautiful museum. What is there to renovate? And and they're going to spend $160 million just to ruin this place. Not ruin, I know that they're not going to ruin it. I know that New York, rich people here, because we could spend money on anything, I'm sorry to say, which I don't have it, and I'm cheap. And I said, why spend millions of dollars, which they could only spend on little things like just rent a place where they could just have the administrative office or store the other paintings instead of just spending these millions. The only thing I said, yes, they don't have a ramp for the disabled,
Bless you.
right? And I said, please do that. I said, because I want to go back there and I could not just like walk. So, and then I'm sorry, I'm from the Philippines, and I just realized that there's not too many who spoke for the Frick Museum from the community. It's just the old workers, and I was just watching there. They all work there, I'm so sorry. And I think the renovation violates the zoning, the landmark of the museum. And I did not want it in the museum. If I want to eat, if I want to have a big restaurant, I go to a restaurant. Why would I go to a cafe here at the cafeteria and have water? Oh, I'm sorry, I spilled water on the picture. When we want to go to a restaurant, do we go to just a small place, or to a bathroom, or to the museum? When I go to a museum, of course, I want to see pictures, right? The painting. I don't know if I'm making a point, but it's just like I'm just so appalled that they're just ruining my museum. It's not mine, it's Henry's. But I was like so amazed, like this beautiful man just have given his mansion to be a museum of everybody, not just for money, just like to be seen. To be seen, and if we have to spend more money on this, I expect that the admission would be more, because it's understandable. We have to pay people, so we need them to pay, right? Correct? I'm sorry. I hope I could make could make sense, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
Any other speakers? That's it? That's all?
No? No one in the hallway? Okay. Okay.
So we would like to respond to Mr. Dunphy and Mr. Cass in writing. We just got their submissions yesterday and today. We have Ed Applebaum here from AKRF, who were the environmental consultants who prepared the environmental assessment statement. I would just like him to briefly describe what was done for the board in the construction chapter.
You want him to do that now?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we will elaborate on that in our response.
Hi, I'm Edward Applebaum from AKRF. We were the consultants to the Frick in the preparation of the EAS that's been submitted to the board. And I'm not going to summarize the entire construction chapter because you'll all fall asleep. And but I wanted to respond specifically to a comment or the points that were made by my friend Steve Cass. And Steve, like me, is not a noise expert. I direct all the studies that we submit, and so I have a working level of knowledge in almost all of it, but if we need to sort of drill down to a greater level of discussion, we can do that separately or in correspondences. But the point I wanted to make is that description of the 5 dBA as the threshold for significant impacts is not correct. The secret technical manual gives you 2 numbers, 3 dBm for being barely perceptible, 5 dBA for being noticeable or readily noticeable. It's not a basis for declaring a significant impact. If 5 dB got you a significant impact, then virtually every single project that has excavation and a concrete truck would be preparing an EIS. So the factors are magnitude, and it can go up to 10 dB, it can go up to 15, it can go up to 25, depending upon the scale, and duration. Those are the 2 factors that go into determining whether the impact is significant. So this project, in the detailed assessment that we have as part of the EAS, makes the conclusion that it does not result in significant construction impacts, and it really is a relatively minor construction project compared especially to projects that are considered in EAS. The assessment is a detailed assessment. It looks at all of the areas that it's required to consider under the secret technical manual, including noise and air quality and cultural resources and hazardous materials. If you look at the chapter, it considers them in great detail. If you were to package this chapter and say for whatever reason it needed to be part of an EIS, it would be virtually
identical to what you've seen. The analyses are done based on screening indications that are in the secret technical manual. So you would have really, I mean, people might ask to have more things considered, but under the secret technical manual, you would be getting in EIS the same studies that you've received in the EAS, which are the basis for the conclusion of no significant impacts. And just looking at this in terms of precedent, I don't know of any agency that uses 5 dB as a threshold for identifying significant impacts. I don't know of any agency that's looked at a project of this scale and said it required a targeted EIS and a positive declaration for significant impacts. Those are the main points that I wanted to make, I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
So we will get the objection sheet updated, submit the new complying scheme drawings and narrative describing the complying scheme and the issues and anything else the board would like us to do.
Right, so I'm just going to go over some questions that were posed before and came up during the testimony that I'd like the team to address. As you just said, a revised programmatic needs analysis based on the revised as of right. Better clarification about the movement of the books in the cellar. So we had some spoken testimony, but I'd like it in writing about why there can be some books located in the cellar and why some can be moved off-site and why all of them can't be moved off-site, for example, to free up space for other functions. Then, in terms of, again, this goes back to the question that Mr. Applebaum just spoke about, to provide clarity about the sources of noise, their duration, and their various, not exactly impact, but how they affect the receptors, and to see, I think sort of a timeline would be like almost like a construction schedule timeline would make it a lot clearer, because in the EAS it just says 6 months, but we don't know when 6 months starts with respect to which receptor, right?
If they can put them on the construction schedule itself, so we can see which activity is producing what.
Right, that's what I mean. Essentially a construction schedule that's looking at...
So coordinate the construction schedule with the noise.
Correct. And the noise, then, with which receptor it affects.
Yes, because I think you look at each receptor separately.
Right, so put it all together in one place so that you can see how they're running in parallel and, you know, some color indicating some kind of one receptor versus another, that kind of thing. Also, in terms of, was a lot of talk about how long the project's going to take. Is this a phased project? Or is it sort of a continuous project that where they start and as soon as they can move into another space, they move in, as opposed to what seeker would consider a phased project? So to be, you know, make the distinction between whether it's phased or continuous.
Okay.
This is a curiosity of mine, in addition to lots of statements that were made about the music room. Like, why was it decided to remove the music room? Because when I look at how it's being used, it's not that different formally. The space isn't that different. How it's used is another question, but I was curious about why it's changed. And I know it's not an interior landmark, so LPC wouldn't have questioned it. And then in terms of the testimony from the Ms. Ellis from the Institute of Conservation, she talked about amenities and workspace requirements for a conservation lab. If you could get into more detail with that on the programmatic needs analysis. A lot of this goes to the question that's presented by opposition that says, put more stuff in the cellar, right? And so I'd like a very, very clear explanation going one by one through the program that's not exhibition space, why those things can't be located in the cellar, and specifically in the first subcellar. There are 2 areas that are not being excavated, one again underneath the garden court and one in another location towards the south. why aren't those being excavated? And if they were excavated, what would go in them? Then similarly, the question about the temporary move to the Met Breuer. So what is going into the Met Breuer during that temporary time? And an explanation of why couldn't whatever's going in there stay, or some of it stay, or whatever. I mean, I don't even understand how, isn't the Met Breuer continuing to function as the Met Breuer, or is their lease up and so they all move out and so the Frick moves in and now it becomes a 19th century museum instead of a contemporary art museum? So that's the question. It's like, what's going on in the Met Breuer? What will the Frick do? And why can't the Frick continue to operate in the Met Breuer? And just to answer that question that was posed, okay? And another thing that was posed, which you responded to here, but about this idea of off-site, some off-site work, or let's say someone suggested remote work, someone suggested renting space nearby, just to make it clear in the papers why that's feasible, not feasible, what that would do to the operations. Because you probably have in your programmatic needs analysis, but I didn't focus on it, the number of staff, and who in the staff of that collection of staff must be on site, and what does that leave? Or we're still, I posited 8 people would be moving off site. Is it 8 people, or is it more who could conceivably be located off site? And what would that do to the operations of the museum? Then this is something we often bring up when we're looking at these kinds of projects, the height of the elevator bulkhead. We often say, why is it so high? Why can't you use another type of an elevator? So please look at that. And oftentimes we get the elevator bulkhead reduced. I don't know whether in this case the elevator bulkhead is sort of blending into, I just haven't had a chance to look, blending into the form of one of the additions, in which case you can't notice it. But if it's not, and it's truly a tower, then why not use a lower elevator? Let me see. Again, this is a re-ask of a question I already asked, to clarify exactly, program by program, which uses need light and which ones can do without access to natural light. So the conservator explained about, for instance, paper conservation must have access to natural light. What else? Okay. And I think anybody else? Okay. And then I just kind of would like the counsel for the opposition to respond to my question, which is, though it didn't come to us, it famously was in the news and came to landmarks and so on. There was another proposal, and that proposal was an aggressive proposal that was to build inside the garden, and what someone described as a tower, though I don't think it's quite the same thing as a tower. But so that was the initial proposal, which didn't work out so well. So this seems to me to be a very reduced version of that first one. Had they come to the BSA, maybe that was the mistake. You should have actually come to the BSA, and then we would have had this alternative as the lesser alternative. But I can't ignore that there was a much more aggressive solution that was published in the paper, right? And so opposition kind of needs to take that in mind, that it seems like, or keep that in mind, it seems like the museum was responsive to their concerns, and then as I said before, the proposal by Mr. Halpern as part of that opposition kind of looks like this proposal, so.
And I think add to that, we did hear statements made by both for and against, stating that a lot of the components of the Halpern was incorporated. So that goes to show it has responded to a lot of the community concerns, especially in terms of the bulk above ground. I just want to point out, as a lot of discussions were, some of the members in the audience mentioned this is a vanity project, and I was looking at the amount of window spaces that are being used towards office space. I was just comparing the existing with the proposed. The existing also has office spaces facing Fifth Avenue, and the proposed is just moving that office space from second floor to the third floor. And most of the new spaces are going to be all in the interior spaces, so I just want everybody to review these documents carefully when they make these statements. We have these documents and we are reviewing them as carefully as you are also.
Yeah, and I just have to point out, having been on the second floor and the floor where the director's office is, they're actually giving up an amazing floor for offices to allow the public to come into what is now functioning as offices, so. All right, I think that's it. Anything else? Okay, so we need to...
Scheduling.
Yeah, schedule this for continued hearing.
Okay.
So the museum has a lot of materials that it needs to go
I think we could do it in 3 weeks.
God bless. Well, we can't, so.
I know
But there
that.
has to be time for responses and replies.
Yes, right.
So Mr. Cass and Mr. Hiller. Mr. Cass, do I see Mr.
I would simply say that our office is moving offices in the next 2 weeks, and it's going to be pretty disruptive for us. I was hoping to get, I don't know how much time you need for...
We need 3 weeks after the final submission.
Okay. And they're going to be taking 3 weeks, so if they take 3 weeks, that puts us, do we have a date for that?
Well, that would be April 10th, would be 3 weeks from today.
Would it be possible to do May 3rd for us?
To May 3rd?
Yep.
Can I give them till April 12th? That's Friday.
Meet to May 12th?
Give you till April, I'm sorry. So 3 weeks would be April 10th, but since Mr. Hiller asked for Friday deadline, I might as well give you a Friday deadline as well. So I was suggesting it going to April 12th. Their submission, Mr. Turnoff. And then Mr. Hiller, that would be 1, 2, 3, May 3rd.
Yes.
And Mr. Cass, I keep calling
Simultaneous.
Mr. Cass, I don't.
Mr. Cass, I think, left the room.
So that would be a
It would be simultaneous for both you and Mr. Cass, opposition. And then, Mr. Turnoff, would you like a reply?
Sure.
Okay, and so that would be 2 weeks. Is that sufficient?
I think a week.
A week? Really?
Yeah.
Week fast. Okay. So that would be a revised, or sorry, a reply May 17th. 1, 2, 3. Puts us at the first week of June.
June.
That is June 25th.
Is that a problem?
It's the same day as this read every week.
Ooh, no.
Okay. There's a really big gap between June 11th and June 25th. That would require submissions by May 22nd.
What's on for me?
Wait, actually.
I think they fit.
No, I'm sorry.
June 11th.
April 12th, May 10th, May 17th.
May 3rd, you said.
April 12th, May 3rd.
May 3rd is opposition.
Yes.
12th,
The May 10th for us, right?
May 3rd for opposition. Sorry, Mr. Turnoff, then your reply was due May 10th? That's right, okay, sorry.
So like a special hearing right after the 25th. Have a special hearing.
Yeah, we could do a special.
We need to find out where we'd be, but.
Yeah. I don't know. That's very hard. Special
And
hearings are really hard for us because we don't know.
I don't know if I can get an answer today. I mean, I can try.
What about?
You want to do June 11th?
We could just not put anything else
Okay.
on there. There are currently 5 applications scheduled.
And then we could create another hearing day if we wanted to make up for that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so the hearing date is June 4th. Continued hearing date is June 4th. I'll go back over the submission schedule. So Mr. Tarnoff, your submission will be due Friday, April 12th. Mr. Cass and Mr. Hiller's submissions will be due May 3rd. Mr. Tarnoff's reply will be May 10th. And then the hearing here will be June 4th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for the members of the public who might want to come to the next hearing, it will start again at 10 a.m. at this location on June 4th. Okay. And for everyone, just to know, these hearings are recorded, So just in case you wanted to catch every word again, you can listen.
This concludes the public hearing for March 20th, 2019.